All right, hello, how's everybody doing today? We are back in the Last Starship. We're going to continue the Stargate Project, and I think we're going to try out combat because I want to mess around with the new fighters. I did go ahead and jump into creative mode and kind of plan out a ship. I think we're going to try to recreate this in the actual game mode. So this is my thought. I took our standard, Procyon hull and modified it. So I built kind of a weapons platform here in the front. We've got the fighter bays, if you will. This I found really cool. If we go into battle stations, our fighters are ready to be launched, right? So that's kind of a cool little thing. You also see all the weapons deploy. Now, I do think I'm going to change this front in our version. Because I think I can get 2 railguns up there instead of 1. But this is going to be our general build, right? Now, I made it wider to accommodate more engines. We've got drone bays mostly to repair. We got 2 docking ports just to make it interesting. Then we've got all of our reactors and power in the back. This might not be the best design if you took shots to the back there. Obviously, it is front facing are all railguns for long range attacks, and then we've got a combination of cannons and Gatling guns here on the side. So we're going to try to recreate this in the actual game mode. Like I said, I built this in creative mode just as kind of a test. So I widened it, widened the docking area, kind of reconfigured the front here a little bit, but for the most part, it follows the shape and size of our existing hull. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and jump in here. So as a recap of where we are, we have our foundry up and running. This was for Stargate Phase 3. So if we look at our Stargate, we have completed Phase 3. Phase 4, we have a whole lot of unknowns. What I think this means is we haven't unlocked these recipes yet. So we'll do that through some research. I also think we're going to convert the mining ship. So let's go to the mining ship here. I think we're going to rebuild some stuff here on this ship and convert this into a mining / smelting ship. We've got mining lasers. We might move those to the front. I don't know. The size okay. But we're gonna do a little bit of reconfiguring on this because it's kind of messy right now. the way it's configured. So I think we'll do some work on that. This cruiser is kind of our anything we need to do, right? This is one of those kind of things where it's our base ship. It's got research. It's our research station. It's got our scientists on it. It's kind of the home base ship. So we do one-off things with this ship. We did get the short hopper ship. This one's good for making runs around, buying items, stuff like that. So that is kind of cool. And then we've got our fueling ship. So this thing is just sitting here cranking out and making fuel for us. It basically doesn't move. We usually go to it. It's kind of like a gas station, if you will. So that's our current ships. Now I think we're going to add at least one, maybe two combat ships to this mess. Okay, let's go ahead and get going. First things first, to continue the Stargate project, we need to unlock phase 4. At the end of the last stream, when we completed phase 3, our benefactor, I think his name is Alexander, he said that, like, hey, you're kind of on your own for the next phase. So if we look here, we go into research here, we've actually got one arm of the fighter research done. I'd like to get this done as well, because this is the 50% more armor, 100% more armor, 200% more armor. So it's 350% more armor, just to make it stronger. But this is what we need to start working on right here. Energy transmitter blueprint, Stargate receiver blueprint, Stargate capacitor blueprint, and then unlock Andromeda projects phases 4 and 5. What I'm going to guess is, yeah, there's a lot of small details in this that on a phone I can see that being difficult. What I'm going to guess is these 3 blueprints, these recipes. So it's interesting. They call them blueprints here. They call them blueprints here, but here they're called recipes. So just a little inconsistency. One of these probably existed before the others. I would guess this will get updated to blueprints at some time. But here is my prediction: is these 2 things that we're missing here and then something in phase 5 are about to unlock. So let's get our research going, and then I think we'll start working on the mining ship. All right, so we'll go ahead and pick this one. We'll get this going. It is a 4-part, so we got 4 research points that we need there. So we'll let that roll. While this is going, I think we will go ahead and rebuild our mining ship. All right, so some things I want to change on this. First things first, this back section here is just kind of a mess. I mean, it works, but there's wasted space. I think this could be built out a lot better. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pull out these reactors, pull out this battery. I'd like to reconfigure the fuel. So while we're pulling those reactors offline, and we've got 3 other reactors running, we're going to go ahead and jump over here. And so we don't waste our fuel, we're just going to pump the fuel out and put the fuel back. So we'll go to our gas station. Now we're making so much fuel that I could just delete these tanks and it would actually be fine. Okay, so what do we have on board for tanks right now? We have a whole bunch of medium tanks, so we can reconfigure this in any way we would like. All right, let's go find our gas ship. Where are you at? There you are. Take this around. I like this has changed since the last time I played the game. The way this thing whole works and this auto docking thing. They're definitely nice. Okay. We're hooked up to the fuel ship, and this is more RP. Like I said, we could have just deleted the tanks because we make so much fuel now that it's not a big deal. We're going to go to logistics. We're going to say from the mini miner, we're going to transfer out most of our fuel. So let's find fuel. Hey, this might fix our little issue we were having here. I don't know where this fuel is supposed to go. This is like a little bit of a glitch. Might not change. Okay. Logistics. How much fuel do we have in here? 7,000. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, that'll get most of it out. Alright. Let's go ahead and get into schematic mode. Now, I think I'm going to go ahead and take the engines offline. So we're going to knock out our fuel pipes here. That's fine. We'll also take... There we go. Okay, so I think we're going to go ahead and set up our fuel right next to our engines here. So let's do that. We have a huge tank. Don't think I want to use that. Let's go medium. Alright, I'm going to dismantle this. Now, if we get rid of CO2, I'm not that worried about losing our CO2. Alright, that's going to be our new fuel supply. And then we'll go ahead and get that all piped in there. And I think we'll go ahead and just link this back up. This will drain these tanks to a certain point here. And once they kind of stabilize here, we'll go ahead and just rip this out. We can lose 600 fuel, not that big of a deal. Alright, so now we have actually more fuel capacity than we had before. We only had 4 tanks before. Now, I think I'm going to move life support up here. So this stuff probably needs to go. So what we're going to start doing here is just unloading oxygen. That way we can save out some of that. So now what will happen is this bottle, oops, did that. Oh, somehow I have unlocked or uncoupled my piping here. There we go. So that'll start draining that tank as we kind of do some more work here. We could move our reactors back here. Is 4, that's the 3, 6, that's 9, 18. That's 36,000 units of fuel linked in there. So I think, let's see what it will look like if we go ahead and make this also a reactor room. I think I can get 4 reactors back here pretty easily. We'll dismantle that one. Alright, let's bring this one online. So get that fired up and that fired up. And this does leave us some space here that we could, if we wanted to, add some more tanks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A small and a medium, actually. Okay, that's in good shape. I like that. Let's go ahead and just start pulling this stuff out. Pull that out. We'll pull that out. And for right now, we're going to pull the air duct out. I think we'll make this front section our life support. Alright, So we have the air duct now. Let's go ahead and install the air duct. Let's make it so if we needed to get to that thruster, we could. We'll go air duct. Do I have a small tank? Medium tank. Let's go medium tank right here. And then... Can we go 2 medium tanks so they fit in here? Oh yeah, this will work. Alright. Let's go medium tank here. And put our air reprocessor in here like this. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and get this up to some power. Hey, Victus, good to see you, my friend. We'll make that an oxygen tank. And that'll go to there. We'll make this one a carbon dioxide tank. And then we need to put in our CO2 scrubber. I'd like to get it wedged in here if I could. Maybe not there. Door's kind of in the way. You know what? Are we at a shipyard? We are at a shipyard. Let's do this. Let's dismantle. We don't need that door or that door. We're gonna go ahead and seal these up. There we go. This will give us more wall space to go ahead and get this going in here. Okay. Let's move this stuff out of the way. And we'll move that stuff out of the way. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and reconfigure this now. Let's take all that out. Cabling. That can go away. Pipes. That'll go away. Okay, so let's try this again. Let's go ahead and go with our air duct up here now. That's our air duct. And then we'll go medium tank here. We will go air reprocessor here. Another medium tank here. And now our CO2 scrubber can kind of wedge right back in there. Alright, fire that up, fire that up, fire that up. Alright, so we need oxygen is there, and our CO2 is there. Hey, 10 likes already, you guys. You guys rock. Let's get that blue chicken dancing. Okay. Let's check our atmosphere. We didn't lose a lot of atmosphere during all that work. So that's not too bad. This tank's almost drained, so we're going to let that happen. So what we'll do here is let's go ahead and put ourselves some storage. And we will make that all oxygen storage. Okay. Let's go ahead now and let's pump some fuel back into this. So we want to go from here. That's 1,000. That's 10,000. 1836. 20,000. 30,000. All right. So we're filling our tanks up there. Okay. Now, once this tank drains out here, let's go ahead and clear out that storage. We really do need another oxygen loader. Alright, we need to get our oxygen loader in here. The question is, do we just sacrifice 10 bottles of oxygen? You know what? Let's just buy one. There should be one in here. There we go. So let's go ahead and install our oxygen loader. Right there. And then we can start loading all this oxygen into this system. Okay. Oh, look at that. It's almost empty. Well, that's right. These hold 1,000, so we're about to drain a bottle here. And then let's go ahead and extra piping back here. Needs to go away. Extra cabling. Let's clean this mess up a little bit. Alright, here's what I'm thinking. Let's run power across that, link in our engines. And then do we want to run maybe up the sides? Doesn't really matter. But we'll go ahead and run there. Then we'll run this across. It was pretty cool. I got to hang out for about 10 minutes. Looked interesting. You know, that's from our generation. That's where I grew up, is like at the video store, if you will. All right. Let's dismantle these. Looked interesting though. There's a bunch of games. What I like about games like that is it's similar gameplay, but then it's actually got the ability to theme it, right? You saw this with Zynga. Zynga back in the day, they had made Mafia Wars. I didn't care for Mafia Wars. I never played Mafia Wars. It wasn't my style of gameplay. But then what they started to do is they started to build other versions of the game with different themes, but the same core mechanics with just some small changes. And then that made the game, or made it so you could pick a version of the game that you enjoyed. And I thought that was kind of cool. Okay, so this can go away. This can go away. Now, we have a choice here. We could... Yeah, that was early Facebook social gaming type of stuff. We could put some more fuel tanks back here, or we could put our batteries back here. I'm thinking fuel tanks. Here's what I think we're gonna do. We've got medium and small. Let's go ahead and we'll put in a medium tank here, a medium tank here, and then a small tank there, small tank there, and same thing, we'll go ahead and pipe those in and pipe those in. All right, let's pump some more. No storage. All right, let's fix our storage issue. Oh crap, where are we gonna put some of this stuff? Actually our minerals, we can clear that out. So let's go ahead and install. We need metal ingots. All right, we'll put those there. Okay, so our engine room is now much more efficient. I think we need to pipe some more fuel into here. So let's go ahead and fuel this beast up. 5, 10, 15, 20. There's another 30,000 fuel. We'll let that roll. Okay, next up. Where is our habitation deck at? Runs down the center up to about right there. If we move our FTL drive, we could actually put the ladder there. Let's do that. So we're going to remove that, remove that. I think we'll go ahead and take the batteries out from back here. And then we're also going to turn this into a foundry ship. We need to check on our research. Our research is done. Let's go ahead and get our fighter research started there. All right. Let's go ahead and install our batteries now. How many can we get in here? One. This is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think we'll put them in here sideways. Alright, we'll put a battery there, battery there, battery there, battery there. Pull the cables out from here, here and here, just to clean stuff up a little bit. Okay, I think we'll run a cable down the center here. That way we can link into our batteries. There we go. All right, that cleaned that up quite a bit there. Okay, engine room's been rebuilt. We've got our battery storage going on there. Next thing we need to do here is let's go shopping. We need a furnace foundry. Smelter. It's called a smelter in this game. Let's go ahead and get 4 smelters. Hey, welcome to the chat, boss. Storage crates. I'd like to get some storage crates put in here, and I'd like to automate our mining operation here. With smart arms, we could probably use those. All right, let's grab those. We'll grab those 2 small storage crates and probably get more stuff down the road. Okay. There we go. Stargate receiver, Stargate capacitor for phase 4. And then phase 5, the Stargate is ready for its first test. So there we go. So this is what we're going to start building our stuff around. Okay, how's our fuel tanks? 7,000. So 7, 8, 9. 2, 4, 6, 8. Another 10,000 fuel will probably work. Pump in 10,000 more fuel. Okay. Now, this ship does not have a water reclamation setup. And so I think we need to do that as well. So I'm going to go ahead and just clear this front section. There we go. So we'll move all that stuff out. And then let's go ahead and clean that up a little bit. Okay. So this time we're going to use the editor version. Yeah, it looked pretty straightforward as far as... Now, again, the part I was watching, you went into the back alley to buy movies. That was weird. But I'm sure it makes sense within the context of the game. Okay, so... let's start from here. We need water tanks. I think we'll put in 2 water tanks. And then we need... a water purifier. And we need a loader. There we go. Now, from a water purifier, we need a water treatment machine, because this is going to turn our wastewater, or our... oh, we need... actually, let's put another tank in first. This might have to fit into 2 stages here. Alright. We'll go ahead and make this... you know what? We don't need a medium tank. Let's go small tank. let's go small tank here for wastewater and small tank here for sewage. That works. I'm getting a little bit interesting here. We need a wastewater treatment machine. Can I fit that back in here? Oh, I can. Okay. So this is going to be sewage and wastewater. So we'll put it right there. Now what we need to do is we need to get a sewage pipe into this cabin. So it kind of is, let's see, we'll call it 2 wider than the docking station. Are you trying to heal the chat boss? Redeem heal. Yep. Is what you need. Okay, so it's wastewater, or I'm sorry, sewage. Sewage pipe needs to be somewhere, probably to here. Actually, you know what? We might be able to stick it back here. It won't go there. Okay, so it's... Okay, too far forward. It will go back here, though. But how wide will it go? Okay, so it'll go to here. I think we'll just plop it down right there. Okay, to do that, we're going to have to move some of this stuff. So we're just going to clear out this front part of the storage. They can move that crap. All right, let's get back into our editor. Sewage pipe. I think that's about as far as it can go. It won't be able to go there. So it's going to have to kind of go there, or we could cut a hole in the hull, stick it in there, but I think we'll not do that. Okay, can't put it that far forward. Well, we could. Yeah, let's just do this. We'll go ahead and let's move this part of the habitation forward. And what is that, 2? We'll go forward by 3, 4. All right, there we go. Oh, it's not quite the same. There we go. Now let's see if I can get that pipe in there. Equipment. Okay, now it'll fit in right here. I'm happier with that. We're going to be a little bit creative in our piping here. But we can make that work. Okay, let's just stick it there. Alright, so what are we missing here? We need, let's see if we can buy all this stuff. We're probably gonna have to disconnect here. So where are we at on fuel? We mostly fueled up. Yeah, we're fueled up enough. So we're gonna need to, let's go ahead and undock. We'll pull away from the ship here. All right, Vic, just take care of yourself. Stay safe, my friend. All right, let's get power going here. That needs power. That needs power. That's about it. All right. So that's our water. This is our wastewater, which is going to go here and here. That's our sewage. Now, can I run the sewage over top of that? I cannot. What about here? I can. Okay. I think now we need to go ahead and buy some water. Actually, how much water do we have? Oh no, we have 9,000 water. We just need to update our water storage. So let's go ahead and do storage, water. We'll make that water storage. Actually, we don't need it to be there. All right, done and done. Now, I think we will make the rest of the front of this just cargo storage. So as we bring stuff into the ship, it will store there from the docking bay. Back here, we need to build out our smelting system. To do that, we're going to need some more storage crates, I do believe. So what we're going to try to do is build this so we automatically offload from here, and then we create storage boxes for the different types of minerals. There's 4 types of minerals that we'll run across. So if we look here, we've got precious ore, metallic, copper, and thallium. And we could do scrap metal. So maybe we do 5. So how many smelters do we have? We have 4 smelters. Let's see if a new one's available here. It is not. What about track? Okay. Let's go ahead and add we need some more storage capability here. Let's see, metal ingots. All right, so I'm thinking we need to start building out track. So let's look up the recipe for track. Track is just frames on an assembly table. So this is pretty straightforward. Holy cow, we have so much over there. Let's just stick it down here. So what do we have? Install track, short robot arms, fabricator engine. Okay, we need to purchase some storage here. There we go. Cool. We got a whole bunch of those. So we're going to install 2 small storage crates and a assembly table. We also need an assembly table. Okay. Now I'm just gonna stick these down here in the corner. Ooh, if I have room. I don't quite have room. No, that's the full storage crate. What's the small one look like? There we go. I think I can get this all in here. Yeah, let's put that there. That there. And then our assembly table we'll put right here. And then we just need 2 robot arms. One that will pull stuff out and one that will put stuff in. Alright, now we're going to turn this crate into... what do we need in here? We need frames, I think. Frames. And then in here we'll make this track. There we go. Prioritize crates. Prioritize crates. And then think we're gonna have to start making some frames. Yeah, we're out of frames. So I've got to get frames down to here. You know what? Ooh, man. What do the fabricators make? Oh, the fabricators make frames. Okay, I can make this work. We're gonna want a fabricator, which we have, and another small storage crate. Alright, we'll put that in there. Do I have an extra fabricator? We'll put that there. And then 2 robot arms. There and there. Alright, let's wire some stuff up here. Fire that up, fire that up, fire that up. Alright, so this needs to be metal ingots, which we have plenty. The fabricator. The fabricator is going to make frames. So we'll set this to frames. And then this will store frames. We'll pull frames out of here. And then it'll box up our track over here. Okay. So let's turn this into a track. There we go. Okay, track production is in process. We'll just let that run for a little while. And then we can pull that track over. Okay, that being done, let's go ahead and go back to our miner. Because our miner we are going to have to use, if we look at our Stargate project, our miner is going to have to make Tilium crystals. So we're going to set this up in such a way that it'll do everything that we want it to do. Let's see if we can buy a smelter yet. Have they restocked? They have not. But I think we can go ahead and jump over here. Oops, we never reinstalled our FTL drive. That might be an issue. Okay, where do we want to put that? Let's install. We have one. It's not that big of a deal. Our FTL drive. Alright, smelters are, I think I'm going to put across the center here. We have room here in the back. Let's put it next to one of the batteries. There we go. All right, we are spooling up. Don't dock, don't dock. Okay, we're out. All right, first things first, let's see if we can buy ourselves another smelter. We can. We'll go ahead and grab those. I don't think we'll need them all. See, I think we bought all the storage out here. We did. I'm feeling like all small storage might work, although let's see what we have for normal storage. All right, let's get that fighter research going. So let's check the foundry. The foundry has a bunch of storage crates, I think. Storage crates, we have 2. All right, let's send the short hopper out on a mission here. All right, we want the storage crate version. Supply wise, it looks okay. Let's turn this on and send it out. All right, that one's gone. Let's see. What do we have you set up? What did you go get last time? Copper. Let's go ahead and get the small ones as well. Gives us some flexibility. All right. Turn your motors on and you are out. Okay. So I think for this logistics, I'm going to go ahead and just sell all of our track. Our normal storage crates. So we'll confirm that. And then we'll go over to the mini miner. And as soon as those sell off, we will transfer them over to the ship. Okay, let's start working on our actual setup here. So what we're going to do is we're going to unload from here. And I think we need 3 of those, the smelter. Alright, it's slowly transferring the track over. Let's grab what track we can for right now. Welcome back, welcome back. Alright, let's clean up our storage here a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change this. So we store our drones along there. Okay. The core of this whole setup is going to be our smelters. So let's go ahead and install those. Do I have a storage? I don't yet. Alright, let's grab those 2 and some more of our track that we sold. Okay. So the idea here is going to be this. We are going to run track probably right up this way. So the question is, can I think I can run the track between the storage crates and the smelters. That's what we're going to try to do. So let's do that first. Let's build our track. So we're going to offload from here with short robot arms. All right. So let's offload, offload, offload. Then I think we're going to clear out some of our drone storage there. We'll put those in later. All right, so now we need track. And we will start by moving. Ooh, actually, we could go this way. Ooh, that might work better. I was going to run it this way, but let's run it this way. Okay. We need smart robot arms. Actually, let's see if we can put our... Right, where is Short Hopper? Short Hopper is back. What did you get for us? 10 storage crates. Thank you, Short Hopper. Nice work there. Oh, they're down to 2 FTL charges. But they're home. They made it home, so let's go ahead and resupply them. And then they're gonna sell small storage crates. There we go. Okay. Back to our mining ship. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to install... Oh, we need to buy. Storage crate. Now this is 3x4. A smelter is 3. So I think we're going to have to put it here. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, let's see if I place this correctly. So smart robot arm, we're going to put right in here. We're going to pull off the track. Go on this side for these 3. And then do I still have a short? I'll use them all. Smart arm. Just give me a short arm. Alright, while we're waiting for that, we'll go ahead and power those up. And we will power those up. Now, the cool thing with the smart arm is we can tell the smart arm what to get. Oh, this is improved. This is way better than it used to be. It will actually do multiple things here now. Alright. We'll make that one scrap metal. We're going to make this one metallic minerals. We're going to make this one copper. Copper minerals. We're going to make this one precious. And we're going to make this one Tillium. Okay. Done and done. Now, if anything gets to the end of our line here, we're going to want to unload it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to install a short robot arm here. And if anything gets here... Ooh. Actually, I think I'll move it to here. If it gets to there... We'll go ahead and add a couple more pieces of track here. Basically, it gets to the end of the line, we'll just offload it and the people will grab it. We'll automate this to a point, but after that, it's just kind of doing its thing. Alright, let's power this guy up. Alright, so now we need to change these storage crates over to... Make that one scrap metal. Now, I don't know if you have a storage crate with nothing in it and you put something in it, will it automatically set the type? We'll test this here. Okay, let's see. What was next? Copper. Copper minerals. This is going to be precious. And we'll leave this one. This one's Tillium, but we won't set it. Okay. Next thing that we need is we just need to install some normal robot arms. I don't need smart arms for this. So let's see what we have for just normal robot arms. 5 will work. It's exactly what we need. And then we need to install our smelters. Actually, we're going to need 5 more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. And then let's check to see what our foundry has for robot arms. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, back to the miner ship. Then we're going to need to install more crates, storage crates. I don't know if we have enough. Five. Confirm. And actually, let's see if those robot arms have transferred over yet. A couple of them have. We'll give it a second. Now, we could have linked the ships up and actually transferred things directly, but it's sometimes easier just to do it this way. That way you don't have to dock the ships and stuff like that. All right. So our storage crates are now here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, you know what? Now that we have these, I'm going to go ahead and set this so I don't break anything. So that'll be artillery ore. Prioritize the crate. Prioritize the crate. Prioritize the crate. The crate. The crate. Alright, now this one, we could have put actually probably both of these into one crate, but just to keep things nice here. This is going to be metal ingots. This one's also going to be metal ingots. So, because these two smelters are doing metallic minerals and scrap metal, we could have dumped those both into a single crate, but we'll keep them separate for now. Alright, this is copper ingots. So copper minerals to copper ingots. And we'll keep that in the crate. This is precious metals. Again, precious metals. And then Tillymore we're not going to change because I want to see if it automatically sets that up. Alright, let's go ahead and cable this up. So we need power across here. And now we need to install some robot arms. There we go. Okay, so how this will work, the drones will go and grab stuff for us. Then the robot arms will put them on the track, and then these arms will grab scrap metal, metallic minerals, because we've got them set to specific things. So these are the smart ones. They'll fill these bins up with the metal. Now the downside to this is we might have to make it so we offload some stuff out of here. We'll see. Normally we're going to be mining one type of ore, so if it backs up on the track, it's probably not a big deal. Then the smelters will smelt the correct item. I'm going to leave that one. Again, we'll do an experiment, see if it's smart enough to automatically configure itself. So this one will smelt precious ore. This one will smelt copper ore. This one will smelt metallic minerals, and this one will do scrap. Okay. Now we need to power up our robot arms here. Okay, this ship is ready to go, I do believe. Now, we can set our drone bays, I do believe. Permit launch, permit return. So we could make this ship so it only gets ore. Oh, new medium ore. I don't even know what that is. So precious ore, titanium ore. Why is it not doing metallic minerals? Why didn't it do copper? Copper minerals. Okay, so copper minerals. Scrap metal. Oops. Okay, so we got copper, metallic, precious, scrap, and titanium. Oh, I like that interface. That's kind of cool. Oh, we can... Okay, we can select multiple ones of these. Alright, let's deselect all again here. Alright, so our scrap metal. We've got our metallic minerals. Smelt. Metallic. And we've got our precious ore, titanium ore, and copper. Okay, cool. Now if I select any individual drone bay, it should have the same setup. Okay. I think it's about time to go test this ship. Our fighter stuff is fully researched now. And what do we have here? Anything else that's going to give us bonuses? I think the rest of these might just all be blueprints. Oh, robot arm speed. We'll take that. Let's get that going. Okay. We are ready to test, so we're going to do a couple of things here. First off, let's go ahead and save the game. The autosaves do help. I worry less because we do have autosaves. But that can be a potential issue. Now, for the most part, we won't be bringing ore onto this ship. Actually, I might clean up these smelters. They might go away once we're done smelting. And we'll just deliver ingots to this ship now. Metal ingots. There we go. All right, fix that problem. All right, let's go ahead and slip out. We'll take a quick break here, and then we'll be back and we'll test the titanium refining process that we have set up. I'll see you all in a few minutes. Likes in that last segment. So let's kick off this section with a wonderful chicken wraith. Thank you all for the likes. We do appreciate that. Let's get the music going. Here we go. You guys know what to do. Spam them if you got them, my friends. All right, me pirates, yo ho, yo ho. Yeah, somebody say Prairie King. Here we go. Go, Sam, go. Rock and roll. Congrats on the mega jackpot. There we go. That's something to celebrate at the end of a chicken rave. Nicely done. All right, let's go ahead and get back to the game here. Thank you so much for the likes. We do appreciate that. All right, let's see. Mining ship is done. No storage metal ingot. We have fixed that problem. Okay. Let's check to see what our requirements are here. We need Stargate receivers and Stargate capacitors. Okay, so Stargate receivers, frames, energy coils, and lenses. All right. We have a frame set up, energy coil. We can use our, that's the same as motors, so we can do that. Lenses, this is a new thing we're going to have to set up. Okay. So that's Stargate receivers. What about capacitors? Actuators. Okay, so a receiver. Hold on. The capacitor needs an actuator. We're also going to have to get stable isotopes. Energy coil. Okay, so the only new line I think we need to set up here is the lens line here of precious metals. So we can do that. Okay, so we're going to have to crank stuff back up here. We need to convert this over to energy coils. And we're going to need energy coils there. So how many actuators do we need? So for capacitors, it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So capacitors, we need 150. So we need to create 150 actuators. We have 34 in storage right now. So let's get this line fired back up to make actuators. So let's see. Let's turn these back on. And we'll turn 2 of these on. Now we're going to have to create, so I think we're going to shut down this side here. Let's shut that down. We'll shut that down. And then we can turn this into manufacturing over here as well. Now, we need to make... we need to make, not energy coils, lenses. So it's 2 lenses for every receiver. So the lens setup is going to be relatively straightforward here. It is just a set of fabricators and precious metals. So let's see, let's go ahead and convert this storage over here to metal ingots. And then I'm going to clear this. Oops. Clear this out here. And let's see what we have. Do we have fabricators? We do. We have 8. Small storage. We have 3. Or, I'm sorry, 8 of those as well. Do we have normal storage? Don't see any. Let's grab both of those. Zalamog, welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to see you. Okay. While that's reconfiguring, let's get the mini miner here. And we're going to jump up to the colony here. Make sure we're okay on... Yep, everything looks good there. So we need to process Tillium. That's what we're after here. So let's see what we have. We have metallic down here. Metallic. We don't need any metallic right now. That's copper. That's precious. We are going to need precious. This has precious and Tillium in it. That might be a good one. Precious, 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 and Tillium. That might be our target right there. Yeah, let's go to here. Because we are going to need precious in order to create the lenses. Alright, let's go ahead and jump here. Okay, let's get 1 doing precious. We'll get these 2 doing Tillium. Are they launching drones to grab our ore? Well, it's not that big of a deal. I don't think we're going to run out, but... Okay. Let's see if this ship is doing what it's supposed to do. Did our drones launch or no? I might have turned them off. Hold on. Yep, gather. There we go. And we do need to move our drone storage. We never did do that. We'll put it right here. Alright, let's see if this setup is working now. Alright, there went some Tillium ore. It made it to the end. Because there's something wrong with this. Oh, we set it to crystals instead of... Alright, we'll fix that. Tillium ore. Alright, here comes some Tillium. Alright, goes into there. Okay, because the smelter is not set up, it's just filling up the storage crate. Alright, so that arm won't move it. So that was a good test. So let's go, it won't automatically set that. Alright, the smelter's running now. Now this crate isn't done, so let's find out what happens when this gets done here. All right, our precious is working. All right, where are they moving our crystals to? There's the question. Are they storing crystals anywhere? Because if so... Alright, so yep. So then they took it out there. Okay, so let's go ahead and set this up for our Tilium crystals. And prioritize the crate. Okay, now we need to fix up some storage here because we have a lot of extra stuff. Let's see. While we're doing work here, we'll clean up our storage situation. So food. We need to put food somewhere. Honestly, probably up here in the front somewhere. Would make sense. Let's put it over with the water. Alright, we'll make that food storage. Now, we are going to get Tilium and Precious on this run. So I think we'll go ahead and open up some extra storage for those. So Tilium crystals. And precious metals. And then FTL charges will kind of put back here. And then we'll make this more precious metals. Okay. So our belt's getting a bit of a backup here. Let's see what's going on with that arm there. Oh, I did the same thing here. We've got the wrong thing. Okay. Precious metals. We need precious ore. Okay, let's see if that fixed it. Let's check our other ones. Did I mess up? Copper minerals is right. Metallic minerals is right. And scrap metals is right. Okay. That should hopefully... It's still not grabbing it. Precious ore. Oh, and I got this wrong. Holy cow. Precious ore. There we go. Start filling that thing up. Perfect. Now that that's fixed, copper minerals, scrap metal. I think this belt, once this belt gets fixed now, I think it's gonna clear. There we go. Now as they come down the belt, the arms are catching them. Perfect. Here comes some precious. Okay, we are good to go there. They can be any 9 items. It's a scoring system. So basically the way it works is each item, depending on its quality, will have a score. Then what you get after that is you will, each category up to, is it six categories is worth 5 points. You get a base points of 14, 5 points per category, and then after that it's how high the points are. There'd be anywhere between 3 and like 8 points. So there is no specific 9 items. You have to get to 90 points in order to win. So the easiest way is to look it up on the wiki and see what you have. Like I know that 9 iridium eggs will work. I've done it that way before. That gets you to 91, I think. Something like that. All right, I think we have too much food on the ship here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and turn that into food storage. What else do we have back here? I'm gonna clean out this and move all this stuff to the front, and then we'll see where things stand. Okay, this ship is doing what it's supposed to do. It is mining out precious antillium. Our power grid is taxed but working with our 4 reactors. I don't think I'm gonna add another mining laser. We're filling up our storage here. This is going well. Let's see. I think we'll go ahead and let's go ahead and expand this out. And I think I'm gonna go ahead and let them start unloading these crates and just storing it on the floor. Alright, where should we keep our spacesuits? Let's keep our spacesuits back here in the engine room. Storage. This can go there. And I don't know what we have here, but I'm gonna go ahead and clear that out. Okay. With this running, let's go check on our foundry. So what we need to build over here is we need to build our lens production line. So we're going to go ahead and install a storage crate that is 1, 2, 3, 4 wide. So we'll stick it right there. Then we need robot arms. Ooh, we're down to 2. Alright, we need more robot arms. There we go. Alright, we need to install our fabricators, which will go here, here, and here. And then I think we'll make another storage crate. And the question is, I'm not sure I can get this into the automation. So if we look at, this is for our capacitors. No, this is for the receivers. So it'd be frames, energy coils, and this is actuators. Are we making actuators right now? Oh, these are Stargate frames. These are making actuators. Okay, so we need to store, what did we say, 150 actuators? We have 70 right now and we're backed up. All right, we need to free up some space somewhere. Yeah, we got too much stuff on this ship. All right, actuators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70. That'd be 140. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that'll give us enough. Now what we're going to do over here, prioritize zones, we're set. Okay, so they'll start moving those, and once we have our actuators, then we're going to have to set up a line for energy coils. We can convert this line to energy coils from motors. Let's go ahead and let's shut this down. I don't think we need any more motors. Then we'll convert this line over to energy coils when we need them. Okay, so let's look at our recipes now. So yeah, so capacitors are actuators, energy coils, and stable isotopes. And we're going to have to rework it for that one. You know what? I'm thinking this ship is going to need an upgrade. We just need more working space. I think that's our problem. So let's make it wider. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 6 wide right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. All right. Bigger ship means we can do more stuff. Maybe we should have done that from the beginning, but that's all right. Are we not making actuators anymore? Yeah, we're still making them. Okay. Let's go check on the mining ship. See how we're doing here. Alright, we got Tillium, we've got Precious. Let's go ahead and shut this operation down. Alright, let's jump back here. I want to transfer this stuff over to the main ship. So now the smelters will keep smelting this stuff out, and we'll see how much we have. Okay, let's go over to the main ship. Let's go ahead and set ourselves up with some storage here. So the things we need right now, we've got metal ingots, we've got copper. We're going to have to store Tillium crystals. Yeah, we're going to have to precious metals. Now, for the Stargate Project, we just have to sell 250 Tillium crystals. So let's see how many we have right now available to sell. Tillium crystals. Let's sell our first 100. Because that'll clear up some floor space for us. All right, get to work, people. Also, let's go ahead and look and just see how much extra stuff we have in here. Oh, we might need that. Don't need that. We need to put the ladder back in. That can go. That can go. Okay, that's not too bad. We did forget to put our ladder back, reinstall our ladder, so let's do that. Not that we need it for anything, I don't think, but that's as good a place as any. No storage. Oh, it might be our track. Let's see. Actuator. All right, let's go ahead and shut this down. Or shut this line down. So I think we have enough track. So as a matter of fact, I'm just going to dismantle this setup. Set that to none. Set, oh, Stargate actuators, that needs to stay. Now, this one is a storyline driven one where we're trying to build a Stargate in order to jump to the next galaxy. So that's the storyline behind this. There are 3 modes you can play. There's a sandbox mode. You can just build stuff for the fun of it. There's a survival mode where like a ever-increasing entity black hole thing is chasing you and wiping out systems. And then there's this mode, which is kind of the story mode. Okay. Let's go ahead and figure out our next set of lines that we're going to have to do here. We need to store. Okay, I'm just going to turn this up here into any cargo. Actually, no, let's make this any equipment. And we'll make this any cargo. This will just be bulk storage if we don't have room for things. There we go. Now, and then so there's also some automation and things that we're working on to make things happen. I'm going to go ahead and take this back out. And let's see where we are on actuators. So what's the first thing we want to build? Let's build this capacitor first. So we need stable isotopes, and we're going to need energy coils. That, I think we can use our existing line here if we wanted to. We have to change this over to a actuator storage, which we can do. Bring those into here. All right, so how many actuators do we have? We need... is it capacitors? Crap, I already forgot. Actuators. Nope, not actuators. Receiver? Nope. Okay, so the capacitors. We need actuators for capacitors. So how many capacitors do we need to make? We need to make 150. How many actuators do we have? Do we have enough? We only have 126. Okay, we need to get one of these lines back up and running. Oh, is this not on? Let's turn that on. And let's turn this on. Alright, so we need 24 more actuators. So we'll get these fired back up. Make 24 more. Then once we get those done, we'll convert this line over to the capacitors that we need to make. And then we need to start looking at the other thing, which is the receivers. Let's build a receiver line while we're waiting for the capacitors. So the recipe for the receiver is a frame, an energy coil, and a lens. Alright, so frame is just metal ingots. Energy coil is metal and copper. And lens is precious. And all three of those are fabricators. Okay. Install. We have the small storage crates. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if we can build this with all small storage crates. So we're gonna have 2 there. I'm gonna put 1 there and 1 there. All right, fabricators. How many do we have? We have 9. Perfect. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. How did we do this over here? We did 2 smalls. Oh, we made him a line. You know what? I like the vertical line. Let's do that again. I think that'll work better. Install our fabricator. Three and 3. Okay. How many short robot arms do we have? Quite a few, actually. Okay, so for this one, we build it the same way we built over here. There we go. All right, let's get some track laid. All right, let's check our recipe. So we've got a setup for frames. We've got a setup for energy coils. And we have a setup for lenses. So let's see how much... This will be our lens setup here. It takes... It's a certain style of playing for sure. Alright, this is our frames. Now, I did play this game when it was an alpha. So that helps. A lot of this stuff was the same as from alpha. Alright, so that's every 15 seconds. That's every 10 seconds. That's every 15 seconds. Okay, so this is going to make our frames. No, that's going to make our lenses. That's going to make our frames. That's going to make our energy coils. So, armed with that, we can now say, to make a receiver, we have frames, energy coils, and lenses. That's done. Now we need to pump these 3 outputs into assembly tables. So let's do a test on an assembly table here. Do I have an extra one sitting anywhere? Yeah, nobody's doing anything with these. A receiver is every 20 seconds. Okay. We're going to have more than enough. Let's put this back to an actuator. Here we go. Okay, why has... Oh, we're out of motors. All right, let's check. Let's see if we've got enough actuators yet. 139. We are short actuators. Let's go ahead and turn on that motor fabricator. There we go. Okay. Now, we need to do the same thing here then, in that we want to make our main assembly down here at the bottom. Let's see how many assembly tables we have. We have 5. And these are going to need all 3 of these resources to feed into them. Do we want to even bother? Yeah, we're going to have to put some storage in here. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's put in... We'll put in these, and then we'll feed these into... Actually, you know what? Nope, nope, nope. I don't know why I have 2 outputs out of this. That's overkill. Alright, let's make the output come down the left side. So we're going to put this one there, that one there, that one there. Then we're going to put a robot arm at the end of each of these tracks. And we're going to need a normal robot arm to come out of these fabricators. Fabricator, 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 and fabricator, fabricator, fabricator. And then what we'll do is we'll run track. Alright, so our output will go down there. This output will go down to here. And this output, I'm 1 off. So we'll fix that here in a second. I think. Yep, I'm 1 off. It's going to go down to here. We'll dismantle those 2 things. Let's see, short robot arm. We'll go there. Oh, we got our people way too busy. Look at them working. That'll go there. Okay, now, coming out of these 3 things, I think we could do this with smart robot arms, actually. Or it could, yeah, normal robot arms might work. We could just grab... The table should be smart enough to grab what they need as it goes by. I just don't want to oversaturate the lines. That's my worry on the tracking system here. So the question is, do I build a rotating track? All right, here's what I'm thinking. We're going to return stuff if we can. So we need to pull stuff out and we need to return stuff. All right, let's put our assembly tables in place first. We're just going to put them centered like that. Let's make them farther south. There we go. And then we need to feed these, all three of these items. So we'll probably do that with some track here. So if we just do a... I don't know if what I'm about to do here is going to work or not. We're going to try it. I'm worried this is going to oversaturate the line. We'll try here though. Okay. That may or may not work. We're about to find out. All right, let's get this linked into our power system here. Now, as of right now, this isn't going to do anything. It's literally just base setup, but... All right, does everything have power? It looks like it. All right, let's check on our actuators, see if they got done. 154. Okay, let's shut this down. Turn that off. We'll let that just keep making actuators, but that's so fine. Okay. Over here, we need copper. And we'll prioritize the crate on that one. This one we need metallic. And we'll prioritize the crate on that one. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a small change. Why can't I? There we go. All right, let's empty these back out. That's weird. There we go. Okay. I didn't feed the stuff out of these crates, so we'll have to fix that here in a second. Okay, but both of these lines worked. We're just kind of manually stuck for a moment. This one didn't work because we probably don't have the precious metals yet. Okay, let's see. So this is going to be lenses. No, this is going to be energy coils. Energy coils will go in there. All right, let's see if this works. It works its way around, and it will put it back in if it's extra. Okay. We'll let that run. This one's going to be frames. And this one is going to be lenses. The frame arm isn't grabbing frames off there. the way the energy coil one is. Why? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's working now. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to our mining ship here. And we need to sell again. We have 150 Tilium crystals. How many do we need for the Starship? Actually, perfect. Sell them all. Perfect. And then we also need to sell off our precious ore here. Our precious... And that'll get us started on the other ship. Now, we still have Tilium being produced. We're out of precious ore. So if that's not enough precious ore, we'll have to wait and see. All right, back to our foundry. Okay, so let's see. Actuators. Did we say we had enough actuators? I think we did. 154. All right, so we shut this line down. Shut this line down. So what we need to make now for the Stargate is we need to make capacitors. So the recipe for our capacitor are energy coils, actuators, and stable isotopes. All right, let's get one of our ships here. I think this one is set up to make stable isotopes. Those are hyperspace isotopes. No, was it short hopper? Are you making stable isotopes? You are. All right, let's get these fired up. And then we'll run this on a loop to go ahead and keep picking up hyperspace isotopes. Now, how many stable isotopes do we need? 25. How many is in one of these? 100. So 4. We can get 4 builds out of a single bottle. And then how many capacitors are we making here? Capacitors, 150. So 150... 80-ish? I must have let that run. We might actually have enough. We can go get more if we need some. Alright, we'll just let that convert for right now. Okay. So I need to empty that out. And we need to prioritize zones for Stargate actuators. I think we're going to go ahead and just put in here some storage. Where's our Stargate actuators? For Stargate actuators. They will unload that for us because it's full. So everything here is kind of blocked because this line is blocked. And we need to unload these tables. So we'll unload this to there. This will feed this line, clear that out. And then we'll clear this belt. We're not making anything there. Let's shut down this line here. So if we just turn off that assembly table, that should clear everything off for us. All right, so this is going to turn into an actuator storage in a second here. Once we get all this stuff converted. All right, this needs to be... Actually, hold on. We're now making our capacitors. So we need energy coils. So we're going to convert this over from motors to energy coils. Now, the nice thing about this is they also take the copper and metal, so we're already set up. That's why I'm trying to reuse this line. Okay, so that'll all be energy coils. Again, we kind of have... I'm going to clean this up a little bit here. We don't need that whole section. And then we don't really need that arm, or that arm. All right, so then this here needs to be converted over to energy coils. And that'll feed that line. How can I get these removed from track? Oh, okay. They just go to the ground. Okay, they've added that. That is nice. I'm glad we looked, because that used to break things. Okay, so these need to be changed over into not actuators, but capacitors. All right, so that takes an energy coil, Stargate actuator, and stable isotopes. So we'll make this a capacitor, and we'll make this a capacitor. Now, stable isotopes, I think we're just going to store in here. So let's go ahead and create some storage for stable isotopes. And we'll let them manually load those. I mean, I could create a crate in a robot arm and stuff, but I'm just going to let them manually do that. All right, so we need to go over to our short hopper. And let's go ahead and sell off everything we have for stable isotopes right now. There we go. Okay, so this we need to convert over into actuators now. And prioritize the crate. So we'll keep this crate filled up, and again, we'll let them manually do that. That'll fill this line. Then we're going to set this for energy coils. Let's go ahead and get this fired up. Start building energy coils. All right, and let's make sure that deletion didn't mess anything up. And then what is this? This was our track setup. So let's go ahead and dismantle that. Take those off the track. That can go away. Actually, no, don't go away. Oh well. That was actually not what I was thinking it was. Those were, but... Okay, on this one, we need to get precious metals over here. Okay, so let's do some buying here. Precious metals, I want all of those. Stable isotopes, I want all of those. All right, let's get this rolling. Oh, actually, we need to fix something here. We need to finish fixing my mistake from over here. Install. We just want a short robot arm. There we go. And now we put the small storage crates back there, back there, back there, and back there. All right, so this is going to be precious metals. What are we making in this one? This just needs to be metal ingots. All right. Metal ingot. This one is a metal ingot, and as soon as that one's done, this one will be our copper. Copper ingot. Okay, we'll let these start to fill up. Now these are now our, what are we building? Is this the capacitor or the, this is the receiver. Frames, energy coils, and lenses. All right. Receiver, receiver, receiver. Okay. This is ready to fire up, I think. Now I might have to rethink my assembly table line. It's a little messed up right now, I think. Okay, copper, prioritize crate. Alright, that one's loading up. That one's loading up. We're good there. That's loading up. That's loading up. They'll eventually catch up here. Now, the problem I'm worried about is we're going to get too much stuff on the belt. But let's see how we do. Okay, let's turn this one on. We'll start making frames. That's already on. We are now making... Like, I think it might get blocked. But what we can do is, here's what we can do. We can turn off this crate, this frame one, right? We got plenty of frames on the belt, so we can just control that by that, I think. Okay. Let's fill these storage crates up. How about that? All right, here we go. So this is our energy coils. Energy coil, and we'll turn you on. This one's making frames. Right now our frames are, we're just gonna stay with the one machine right now. And then we'll get these set up to be creating lenses. There we go. Now, last thing we need to do here is an output. So let's install a nice big old storage crate right down here. We'll go ahead and put a short robot arm on it. And normal robot arms. Nope, need shorts. There we go. Now, how are we doing down here? Actuators, capacitors. So we want to change this over to capacitors. Okay, why are we not making capacitors? Stable isotopes. Do we have to pipe that in? No, there's no pipe. Oh, we do. Okay. Oh, this is an easy fix, though. Okay, so what we need to do here is we need to install a tank. Any tank will work. We have a small tank. Alright, we'll put a small tank in right here. And then we need ourselves a loader. I thought it would load the barrels in, but evidently not. That's fine. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pipe this up to that tank. We'll install our loader right here. Pipe that up to that. All right. Let's get this powered up. There we go. And this crate needs to be... What are we making here? Receivers. Stargate receivers. Alright, we've got lenses, we've got coils, we've got everything on the belt. So now what we can do is just by turning these arms on and off, we can control what all gets put there. Alright, we got 36, 36, and 36. Let's go ahead and get this belt kind of cleared off here. And then these are just grabbing what they need, right? Okay, that's rolling. Capacitors. Capacitors. Are we making capacitors? What happened to what? Okay, something's not working over here, though. Because we're not making capacitors. We made a capacitor. Stable isotopes. Alright, we have stable isotopes. Do we have anything in the loader there? I've taken a couple breaks. We're due for a break here. There we go. Okay, so they're just loading it in so fast. Okay. Are we actually manufacturing here? We are. Okay, the manufacturing is working. So we got our coils. We have our actuators. Okay, this line is working. This line is working. This line is working. This line is working. This is working. Okay, I think... for the receivers and the capacitors, we now have our manufacturing stuff in place. So speaking of which, this is probably a good time to take a break. We'll go ahead and pause and save here. So we haven't saved in a while. Yeah, this game, it's easy to get lost in the details and just go forever and forget to take a break, so... All right, let's go ahead and slip out, and we will be right back. All right, we are back. That's not the mega jackpot. That's just one of the normal ones. So the mega jackpot is still active. You can see. Okay, let's see what we have. We have precious metals, metal, copper. I think we're good there. That is full. All right, let's go ahead and shut down that one and that one. Okay, yep, we got capacitors going now. Yeah, so there's 3 jackpots. There's a 5,000K jackpot, there's a 10,000K jackpot, and then you've got the mega jackpot. So those are the 3 jackpots that do exist. All right, I think we need to get that turned back on and start getting some coils onto this. Okay, let's check in on our research. Anything else that is not just blueprints? Cropia, we haven't even messed with that. I think everything now is just blueprints. All right, well, let's finish out the drones then. All right, well, let's go ahead and research that one. Okay. Let's check the Stargate Project. We've sold all the Tilium that we need. We have 17 and 22 of these now being processed. I think our lines are essentially running here. I think we need to turn this back on. And then hopefully this feeds in everything that needs to get put on there for assembly. This we might have to rework. I'm kind of hoping that that stays working. But okay, let's see. We are full here, so let's go ahead and we're going to shut these two down as well. And shut this down. Not on this one. This one's not bad. But I don't get motion sickness, honestly, and hardly ever. So it's not really something I'm that worried about. Personally. I know people that do. Okay, so what do we have here? Lens. 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 Alright. Let's turn that one off. We've got way too many. Like, we're full up on everything here. So let's go ahead and let those all catch up as our assembly gets caught up. So let's go ahead and clear some space. Yeah, that just needs a person to work it. Oh, people are still moving material. Yeah, our material setup isn't the most clean, honestly. We could just combine these two sections. That'd probably make life a little easier. I don't know yet. Might just need more crew. We have 15 crew and not a single person is idle. Everybody is doing something. Even with our automation, it's just a lot of stuff moving around. Which means we've got people not working the tables here. These people, there we go. We got 2 people working the tables now. Okay. That's good, that's good, that's good. Look at it suck down that juice. Cool. Let's sell our first 25. Just to make sure we're clearing space. And then I think I'm going to clean this up a little bit. And then we'll put Stargate capacitors, extra storage right here. There we go. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, everything's still on the belt. We've got all 3 materials on the belt there. Prioritize crate on that one. That's good. Okay, yeah. This is running. So I think what we'll do now is let's go ahead and build our combat ship. So we're going to go to fabricate a ship. I'm going to go ahead and just grab the base hull here. That's what we're going to base our ship on. so that one. And there we go. In comes our ship. Now, we've got some work to do on this ship because I am going to kind of rebuild it, if you will. So first things first, let's go ahead and add some hull to this. We're going to add hull there. And we're going to square off. Yeah, Stargate's a great series. Great universe, actually. Now, let's see if I can remember how I did this before. I think I came forward here. Something like that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to update my setup a little bit here. I'm going to square this off a little bit more than the one I built earlier. There we go. Now we're going to open this up like that. Going to open this up. There we go. All right, take care, take care. Now, equipment-wise, we want to put in a fighter bay. One, two, three. All right, put one there. Oh, that doesn't work. Okay, I don't think I want to do it this way because you can't put them that close to each other. In reality, that's bogus. Okay, can we buy a fighter bay? Yeah, we can. Okay. We're going to fix that here in a second. Let's go ahead and go back into here. This might be an issue, though, because that I might not be able to deal with. We might have to fix that. Can I equipment install document? Okay, nope. We're saved. Maybe. Can I just remove that? Nope. All right, I messed it up a little bit, but I'll fix that in a second. Okay, we're going to go ahead and add some more hull here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to want a space. Oh, no, I don't want that to erase. So 1, 2, 3, 4, space and wall. So we need to add two more to our width here. Then we're going to square off that section. And then open this up and make sure I have enough. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4. Engine will go in there. That's fine. Let's fix the wall that I broke at some point. Okay. I broke this wall too at some point. There we go. Okay, I think that's the core shape of what I built before. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to save. And we're going to go look at... So this was my test version that I built. So yeah, that's the same, that's the same, that looks good. Like I said, I'm redoing this front a little bit. Let's see, that's the old one. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I made that front 5. Hey, congratulations on the mega jackpot. What was it? What was it? 11,000. Nice. Good job, good job. All right, let's see. We are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 24, 25, 26, 27. We're 29 from the wall to the 29 internal spaces. All right. Let's go ahead and load our game back up now. And we'll see if I'm roughly the same here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8, 29. Yep. Okay. That's roughly the same size. Again, I redid the front there a little bit. That's the same. I think this thing is essentially ready to go. Let's fix that. There we go. And then I'm going to rebuild this section eventually here. Habitation. I think we will... I'm going to just clear the habitation deck right now. I think I'm going to put them back here. We'll do that in a bit. Okay. There's our base hull. Now, unfortunately, I've messed up the docking port, which means I'm going to have to build a docking port over here. See, hull, walls, armor, habitation. Okay, that's weird. Here we go, draw. So what we'll do is we'll install the dock on this side first. That way we can get onto the ship. There we go. And then we'll take this one out and put it... I'm going to put a docking port on both sides, just because I like the way it looks. All right, let's see some other things I'm going to fix here. I'm going to take these sections out there. We'll square that off, square that off. Okay. I think the base version of the ship is done. Let's go ahead and... You know what? We can lay out the life support, I think. And then we'll manually do the other stuff. Okay, so... First things first, let's put water. You'll put water here. So we'll get our purifier in. And then we need our waste treatment. Let's see, water purifier, waste treatment machine. There we go. Let's say that looked wrong. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. We'll get that in right there. And then sewage pipe we'll put in later because I need to put the habitat deck in first. One, two, three, four. All right, let's put the habitat deck in. It is aligned with the back, one in from the back. So there's the back. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll go forward 2, 3, 4. We'll align it with that. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, that basically makes this the habitat section. Okay, I like that. I do think I'm going to change this up a little bit, though. All right, we'll put this back here. And then our water purifier here. I like that. And I think we'll put 2 small tanks. One for wastewater. Oh, nope. That's not quite going to work. Crap. I thought it was 4. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and go to a medium tank then. Medium. Alright, so this is going to be our... That'll be our sewage tank. There. Alright, put our sewage tank there. Water treatment, we'll take our sewage, turn that into wastewater, and then we'll put a wastewater tank. So this back section will be dirty water, essentially. And then up here, now we'll do our water treatment. So our water purifier, which I'm going to put here. And then we'll put our sewage pipe right there. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that'll work. I think I will move our water treatment over a little more. So our water purifier will go right there. All right. So we got sewage and we got dirty water. And then what we can do is put our water loader, because we do have to load up some water eventually, or put that right here. Okay, I like that. That works for me. Next up, we need to do our air system. We'll do an air duct. And an oxygen loader. That's our base. Now we'll kind of do the same thing here. We'll make the back side our CO2 scrubber. And then we'll put a medium tank in to store our CO2. And then we need an air reprocessor. That'll take our CO2 and turn it into oxygen. I think I want to run oxygen along the back side there, so I'm going to flip this around. So our CO2 scrubber, I'm going to flip around this way. And we'll put our medium tank. Doesn't really matter, it's just aesthetics there. Okay. And now the rest of this can be flip that around. 2, 3, 4. Now we could put in an oxygen maker. This pulls water and turns it into oxygen. Don't know that we need to, but it makes us relatively self-sufficient. So we'll put it in there as kind of a backup. And what we can do is just not have it hooked up unless we need it. Alright, oxygen. That all looks good. Alright, engine-wise. This is a combat vessel, so we're going to move the engines as far in as we can get them. So we'll drop the engines in tight here. And then we'll move those engines eventually. Alright, we need power for this beast. Now we can get 1, 2... Let's see. We need batteries and fuel tanks. Could put our fuel tanks along this edge. Might be something worth doing. Or maybe in front of the engines. Then we can make the back just power. I like that. Let's do that. So we'll go ahead and put in 4. And that leaves us room. How big are batteries? Yeah, so if we put our batteries in here, that leaves us room for 4 more reactors if we want them. Alright, I don't think we need the other reactors quite yet. Alright, I think we'll go ahead and just for aesthetics... Now the huge tank doesn't quite line up. Let's go to mediums then. That doesn't line up either. That's too big. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 8. Medium's too wide. Alright, we'll tank up like that. Or we could tank up along this edge, but that might block the doors. I think we'll run with that. Okay, I had drone bays, I think, on either side of here. We got weapons, 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 weapons down the side. Our weapons consoles are going to go in the center there. I think we're relatively ready to get this thing kicked off. So, let's crew this thing up. let's see. We are going to need... Oh, stuck star drive. Let me see if I can fix that. There we go. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, something's stuck on there. It happens on occasion. Alright. I'm thinking... Let's see. We're going to need crew to not man the weapons, but load the weapons. Although we're going to try to automate some of that if we can in this version. They're going to have to load stuff for starfighters. We'll start with our typical group of 5. Okay. Let's get them over here. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to buy everything that we can buy. And we'll get this ship up and running. All right, dismantle that, dismantle that, dismantle that, dismantle that, dismantle that. Here comes the shuttle. Hey, congrats, Nancy. It still used that docking bay, which is hilarious. Let's see, we still need to buy food. Water. And oxygen. That'll get us started. All right, let's go ahead and fix our hull issue here. Let's erase this corner. Here we go. Okay, let's get some stuff installed here. Reinstall our engines. There we go. We need to check, does the foundry have a whole bunch of tanks? Nope. Alright, let's sell another 50 of each of these. Alright. So for right now, we need to get some storage zones set up because our people are freaking out. I'm gonna go ahead and pause while I do this. Right, oxygen we will put on this side. Water we'll put on this side. Food right now we'll just put... I need an FTL drive as well here before too long. Let's put food there. Let's see, what else did we load in here? Those are the main things. Fuel, we're gonna need a place for fuel. Right now, let's just set that to there and there. And then we are going to need to buy some more stuff. We need fuel. At least until we can get to the gas station. So we'll buy 10 fuel and just get 2 fuel loaders. Okay. We need thrusters. Grab some of those. We want rail guns. All of those. We need cannons. And Gatling guns. And bullets. Might have to start manufacturing bullets. Alright, and then we'll go ahead and set up just a section here for cargo that you can't find another place for. Alright, we need fighter bays. I think we're gonna need 8, so 7's pretty good. Okay, we have a second docking port, which we don't really need, but it kind of keeps things symmetrical. Fighter bays. Okay. That's more what I expected. There we go. Now we can actually go to our editor. And we're going to add hull into here. Nope. Draw hull up to this point. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and... Oh, need to go back over here. Convert that out. Alright, then we need weapons control center. Ooh, there's only one here. Alright. Buy one right now. Dismantle that. All right, we need to start storing out some of our ammunition here. All right, bullets. Put there and there. Railgun slugs. Right now we'll put those there. Cannon shells. We'll put there. Alright, let's start wiring this beast up. Right, fuel loaders. Alright, power. Power. We're so short on tanks. Alright, let's send out... Send Short Hopper out here. Alright, it's got enough for 8 jumps. It can make that round. Alright, he's off. Let's check to see how the foundry's doing. Yeah, we got everything still on the belt there. How are we doing over here? Lots of capacitors. Alright. How many have we sold so far? We need to sell another 75 and we're at 60. Alright, that's empty. That still has some in it, so we'll keep that line running. This one needs 250, so it's going to be running for a little while. Alright, back to the combat ship here. We need to give this guy a name. Combat cruiser. Alright, now we need to get some fuel flowing. There we go. That's up and running. Let's go ahead now and start powering up what we can here. All right, the main life support center. We'll go ahead and fire that up. Fire that up. Fire that up. Water purifier. We'll fire that up. And we'll fire that up. I'm gonna leave this. Actually, can I just turn it off? Let's wire it up, and I think I can just turn it off. Okay, this needs to go back to here. No. This needs to go. Let's see. We want this to be our sewer tank. Yeah, that's right. Sewer goes to there. Wastewater goes to here. And then fresh water goes to there. Oxygen loader. Oxygen goes back to there. Oxygen goes across. CO2 goes there. All right. We're roughly up and running at a minimum level. So all kinds of stuff we need to work on, but we are pseudo up to speed. All right, let's get ourselves an FTL drive and FTL charges. Short hopper's still out and about. Need to figure out where we're going to put our ladder. All right, FTL drive. I think I'm going to put it up here. And let's get our FTL charges there. Do we have atmosphere yet? I'm getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're short 12 tanks. We're short some batteries. There's a battery. And short hopper is back. He was able to find 21 medium tanks. So it did good. Now we're going to have to get some FTL charges for him. Let's just jump to... I need to take it out of this mode. Okay. Now we are going to have to supply here a frame, a motor, and a processor. Let's see how much of that stuff we can get. We probably have extra frames. We can make frames, we can make motors. Processors. I think we can just buy those. Let's see what it takes to make a processor. Copper and precious. Okay. Let's go over here. What are we sitting on extra? Alright, capacitors. We can shut the capacitor line down. Alright, so let's turn you off. There we go. What do we have here? Actuators. Alright, let's sell off the capacitors here. We don't need to make any more of those. All right, let's go ahead and empty these out. Okay, capacitors. Let's just sell them all. All right, combat cruiser. Buy up our tanks there. We'll get that up and running. Can we buy another fighter bay yet? We can. We just need one more fighter bay. What about a weapons console? We need 4 of those total. Get another one of those. Railguns. Grab those. Cannons. Grab those and Gatling guns. Gatling guns. Alright, bullets. And let's go ahead and just grab all the processors. Need 8 to start. Frames. We'll grab what's there, probably sell some frames, motors. We'll grab those. Thrusters, any new thrusters? We'll grab those. There we go. Okay, short hopper. Make your jump. And we popped over here just to buy FTL charges. How's our fuel? We're at 40,000 fuel. Okay, I think for this guy, we're going to have to send him around. Frames and motors we can get. Yeah, I think we'll fly the other ship around. Fuel depot, how are we doing? We are maxed out on fuel, so let's go ahead and start unloading fuel here. mostly just to sell. Okay, back to the combat ship. We got our final fighter bay. There we go. So now if you look at the exterior, these are where our fighters will come out of. Let's start installing weaponry. All right, railguns. First thing, we're going to put 4 railguns in. And then we're going to put 4 more back here. Now we need to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to put 8 guns along the side. That's going to be 24 slots. So I don't think it really leaves rooms for much for thrusters up here. So what we're going to do is, let's see. Let's just do one side first. I think we'll go Gatling gun. We want to leave a space there, probably. Actually, if I leave 3, let's see if that works. We want Gatling gun, Gatling gun. Cannon, 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 cannon. Gatling gun. Oh, I like that. Because that does leave room for a thruster up here. Woo! Digging that. That looks good. Alright, same thing here then. We're going to put thruster there. Gatling gun. Gatling gun. Cannon. 1, 2, 3. Cannon. Cannon. Actually, let's do this way. Cannon, cannon, cannon. And then we need another cannon and another Gatling gun. That's actually not too bad. Now our weapons consoles, we're going to put right here in the center. So we'll put one here, one here. We're going to need 2 more. I do think I'm going to take this door out. And just fill that in right there. That way we can make this kind of our weapons control center. Now, a weapons console will control 4 guns. The Gatling guns will fire by themselves. So we have 4 cannons on each side. And we're going to have 2 railguns and then 2 railguns back here. Now, I think we might put a Gatling gun and a Gatling gun there because they don't need a weapons officer. That way it gives us pretty good coverage along those sides. Probably drone up the back here for repairs. And we'll probably be in okay shape there. Alright, let's go ahead and power this thing up. Okay, let's go ahead and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There we go, and up to the front. There we go, and then okay, and then we'll wire these up. Okay, we have essentially what we need. Let's go ahead and pipe up our tanks now. There we go. There we go. Now, let's see. We have some thrusters left. We do. Let's go ahead and put one in back here. Now, thrusters, for the most part, I think work just about anywhere. It's not that big of a deal. Ooh, I kind of like that. Surprised it fits in there. 2, 3, 4. Gives us 6 thrusters. Now, we could put some thrusters down the center here for maneuverability, and we'll do that if we have to. Okay, so here's what's cool. Now that we have this, if we go to battle stations... Oh, we don't have any fighters, so our fighter base didn't open, but... never mind. We'll do that in a second. Alright, we need to build some fighters. Okay, we need to figure out where we're going to put our ladder. I'm wondering... I could take out some water and put it in here. It has to go somewhere here in the center. Don't think our thing goes back that far. So I could take out a tank. Could take out our oxygen maker right now. Yeah, we're not actually using that. Yeah, let's take that out. It's not one that I think I'm going to end up using anyway. And then we can put our ladder in right there. Okay. Fixed. So, what do we need? We need 1 more cannon, 2 more Gatling guns, 2 more rail guns. And this thing will be pseudo-operational. We will be missing our fighters. We need to still build our fighters. So let's check in with the foundry. And let's see. Let's take a quick break. And then I think we need to make frames and motors. We have a bunch of frames. So we can pull frames from there. About to make some motors, I think. So let's convert this over to motors. All right, we'll turn that on, make some motors. And then where are we at on the Stargate project? We need to make... Okay, we need to sell 50 receivers. Let's shut the receiver line down. Okay, let's see. This needs to shut down. This needs to shut down. Shut that down. Oh, very cool, Nancy. Okay. So... we can sell off our receivers there. And then let's sell... do we have any motors in stock? Yeah, we got 4. What about frames? Got lots of extra frames here. So let's sell... okay, we need 8. Is it Ooh, what's the recipe for a fighter? Okay, a fighter needs 4 frames. All right, and we have 8 bays. So that means we need 64 to have a fighter and a replacement set of frames. 8, 16. We need 48 motors, 64 frames, and 16 processors. All right, 30 grains. No, let's try that again. Nope, we'll sell them all. Okay, 64. And motors. We'll sell everything we have right now. Alright, let's quit pulling stuff out. Quit pulling out. And stop that. There we go. So real quick here, we'll go ahead and Stargate receivers. Are people selling those right now? They should be. Frames. Alright, Stargate Project. Oh, Phase 4 is complete. Nice. Stargate is ready for its first test. If supplied with enough power, it should provide us access to a nearby uncharted sector. 1,000 megawatt. Okay, we'll do that when we get back. We'll go ahead and let these people keep working. I'm going to crank this line up. Let's go ahead and just make some motors. We're going to need quite a few. We'll turn that on. Okay. Let's go ahead and save, slip out. When we get back, we will test our combat ship. It'll be ready to go. And maybe we'll see if we can fire up that Stargate. Give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. Flight out on the combat cruiser. I believe it has everything it needs right now. We've got crew. We need to hire weapons officers. Let's do that. We need 4. We need another console. We'll grab that. And just to be safe, we'll get them some space suits. We'll check in on other things that we need here. Railguns. Members pricing for new members. That's interesting. Oh, hold on. YouTube was giving me a weird updated message. I don't know. Is it better? I'll have to check to see if I'll do some test recordings on the mic, see if I can figure out if it's YouTube or me. Okay, let's see. Anything else we need? Gatling guns, weapons control center, bullets, railgun slugs, cannon shells, spacesuits, weapons officers, drone bays. Alright, hold on. Let me... Is it all the audio? Hello, hello. Okay, let's see. Hello. Anything else we need? Gatling guns. Might get an echo here in a bullets, second. Railgun slugs, cannon shells, spacesuits, weapons officers. It's not doing it on my feed that's going out from YouTube. Okay, let me know if it doesn't improve though. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's see, 2 drone bays. Alright, let's get that stuff. Let's do kind of a test flight here. We'll do the test flight much like we do our rounds. Okay, it's got relatively good rotation there. That wasn't too bad. We need to buy some crates, I think. Storage crate. How many extras of those do we have right now? So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 for the different ammos. Let's just throw them all up there for right now. Alright, let's see. Frames. We can buy all of those. Motors. We'll buy all those. How many motors can we sell now? How many have we made? Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Actually, I think we'll go ahead and shut this down. Shut that down and shut that down. There we go. Oh, there's a coil stuck there. There we go. We need to shut you down. Quit putting stuff on the track. There we go. Perfect. Alright, combat cruiser. Oh, we're still unloading stuff. Small storage crate. So can I stick this right here? No. But I could potentially put it here. Actually, yeah, I could potentially put it here. Or, yeah. And then we could use it to auto-load those. We could put one here in the center to maybe auto-load our cannons. Or maybe there. Too bad it wouldn't fit there. I mean, we could redesign the ship, but I don't want to. Could put it in front of there. Hey, Harsh, how you doing? Or we could just let the crew do it. You know what? I think we might just put the storage in here to hold the stuff that we need and let the crew... I don't think I'm going to put in... Yeah. Okay, so we need bullets. Bullets, cannon shells, and railgun slugs. Alright, let's sell. Not sell, sorry, we need to buy. Storage, storage, storage. Must be World Cup. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this one railgun slugs. We'll make this one cannon shells. We'll make this one bullets. Same thing here. Railgun slugs. Bullets. And... oh, no. Cannon shells. And then... bullets. Okay, so that'll be our bulk storage. And then what we can do is we'll set up storage items here. Like we'll do a railgun, 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 railgun. And then we'll put in... oh, I don't watch very many of them, so... no worries on spoilers. Cannon, 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 cannon. Bullets, bullets. So these will be the Like I said, I don't follow it that close, so I do not know. All right, let's clear that out. Clear that out. Put these back to railgun. 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 We're gonna clean that out. We're gonna clean that out. And then bullets. I'm gonna put a bullet there. A bullet there. Did we get 2 more Gatling guns? We did. A Gatling gun there and a Gatling gun there. Okay, so now what we're gonna do... Oh, we're gonna clear this storage out. And we'll clear this storage out. Okay, so we're gonna set these to actually prefer the zones, but we've put very few zones in. So what will happen is this will be our bulk storage for our weaponry, right? Yeah, I understand the passion of a fan. That I get. Prioritize zones. Okay, come on. Prioritize zones. Prioritize zones. Prioritize zones. Prioritize zones. No, for whatever reason, there we go. Prioritize zone. Okay. So what it'll do is it should put a bullet or a railgun like that one, right? This will be our backup so they can load it quick. And then when they have free time, they'll take it from the containers and move it over there. This also allows us to keep track of how much we have of each ammunition type. We got bullets, we've got cannon shells, we got railguns. Railguns are close to the front, cannon shells are here in the center, bullets go to those and those. All right, let's go ahead and finish installing. Do we get another cannon? We have a Gatling gun. I think we only need 1 cannon right now. Bullets and... Nope, no weapons consoles. Cannon shells. Gatling guns. I think we might be good on those. Railguns. We'll take both of those. It does okay on the basketball side. There's definitely still some controversy. Right, there's one of our Gatling guns. There's our cannon. So it can go either way on that for sure. Weapons control center. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and put that one here. And then what else? We have 1 railgun. Okay, so now what I think we need to do is we need to build in storage for repairing our ships or rebuilding our ships. So what do we need for that? We need... Let's use the smalls. Go 1, 2... It's not quite symmetrical. I could put them in here. Could put them up there. Ooh, I kind of like that. This will give it a nice symmetry. Let's go there, 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 and there. For those. Trade incoming. Alright, we're still moving stuff. Power that up. Power that up. Okay. We need to power you up. Yeah, good luck on that. Like I said, I didn't see it, so I've got really no opinion. Okay, let's go ahead and check in on motors. We'll grab all the motors we can get. Frames. I might as well grab it. And processors. Grab that. Okay, while they're doing some work, let's go check on the foundry. Let's see what of a mess we have over here. Well, that motor is stuck on the arm, so let's go ahead and take it off. There we go, and then let's set this to a none. That way we can unload that. Unload that. Unload that. And that. Oh, what's still running here? Let's shut these down. The extra frames won't be bad. We can use those. Okay. Let's see. This world... That's all shut down. This is all shut down. Okay. We are good here. It depends on who you ask, but I try not to get too much into politics personally. It's never have a sane conversation. Yep. Yeah, I'm the same way, Nancy. Yeah, we have general policy is we don't... no worries. Don't worry about it. But yeah, for the most part, we avoid politics and religion. There we go. So let's go ahead and unload that. Now we're just going to try to clean up. Oh, no offense, my friend. All right, and then let's go ahead and shut this down. Shut this down. Shut this down. Yep. I can understand that for sure. Okay. I think everything is good to go there. We might clear this out eventually. All right, back to the combat ship. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we need to go ahead and get fuel up to this beast. So all of our fuel is back here. Oh yeah, what's that? What's your dream game? Alright. We'll link those in, and then we will go ahead and run fuel up here. Fuel up here. Oh, Street Fighter, very nice. A friend of mine worked on a long time ago. I don't remember which one of the Street Fighters. Okay, so in here we have frames. We have motors. We have processors. And we'll just leave that one empty for right now. Okay, let's go ahead and install. I think we bought 2 drone bays. Do we have any more thrusters? We got room for 2 more thrusters. let's put in 2 more thrusters. Right, we'll install our drone bay here. So if the thruster is going to go there, what does that leave us? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I think we'll run, you know what? I think we'll just run. Let's put the drone bay there. No, I don't want to block that off. Let's put the drone bay there. And the thruster there. And then that will leave room for our railgun there and there. Okay. I say we jump the ship. It's maiden hyperspace jump. First time out. Okay, we need those 3 railguns. We need another Gatling gun. Just 1 though. We'll go ahead and buy out the bullets. We'll buy out, we don't still need medium tanks. Okay, we got the 3 railguns. We got the missing Gatling gun. Bullets, cannon shells. We'll go ahead and grab those. Let's start there and see what we're sitting on. Okay. So we have 31 motors, 36. Oh, we're going to need 64. Let's go ahead and make this also frames. There's a handful of commands. Here's the listing of commands that we currently have and what they do. And then if you have questions on any of the commands, if you type help and the name of the command, so like help hug, if you will, it'll explain what the command does. So there you go. So that'll let you kind of look around and see what you see and see what you like. Okay. Bullets. Cannon shells. We're full up on cannon shells. So that's good. So we don't necessarily need to buy a bunch of cannon shells. Let's go ahead and start installing things here though. Let's see. Our last Gatling gun. Oh, something's different. Oh, I put a space in right there. Crap. Which way do I like better? I think I might like this side better. Put them back a little bit farther to protect that. So let's go ahead. This is gonna suck. Gonna rip all these out. And then we're also gonna clear out this storage. It can be. A lot of the bots that people use are predefined, right? They're just a set of wizards that you just you configure, but the commands are predetermined. You can't make your own commands, if you will. I'm using a software called StreamerBot, but everything we build, we're actually building ourselves. So it changes things a little bit. I find it fun. I find the development process fun. So for me, it's cool. I'm lucky that I've written enough code in my past that I know what I'm doing. All right, bullets go here and here, here and here. But it's not for everybody. But like our gamble command is a similar gamble command that anybody else would write. Like you could get that same command on let's say like streamer bot or something like that. Not streamer bot, Streamlabs type of thing. Okay, so right now we have extra cannon shells. Hey, congrats, Nancy. So what do we have for storage? All right, let's go ahead and we'll add those two for extra cannon shells. Now, bullets we're a little low on. Can definitely use some more bullets. All right, let's change this to... Did you pick some up? Sorry, I missed. I need to automate that. See if I can automate that. I might add that to... We might see if we can automate that this weekend. All right, let's make this one railgun. And then can I just change this to cannon and will it swap them out? Let's see. Cannon shells. Yep, it does. Awesome. So we'll convert this one as well. Right now there's a 1,000 cap on the gamble command. All right, they'll get those reworked. Let's see, where is our short hopper? All right, so we need to go on a processor run here. There's also a 30-second cooldown, so it'll work again if you try it again now. Yep, it's got railguns, cannons, and Gatling guns, and fighters now. All right, let's get that guy on a processor run. Let's check out our combat cruiser. Uh-oh, our fuel ship is full up on storage. All right, let's go ahead and sell off some fuel. Ooh, we're getting a little bit low on fuel in the reserves. Let's go ahead and knock this down to just 2. And we'll see where that puts us. All right, now we're gaining again. Okay, so we still need to build 3 more fighters. We're just missing the processors. Yep, okay. We've got a ship doing a processor run for us. We'll get that in a second. Alright, let's see. Did we get our other railguns? Yes, we did. So we'll put a railgun in there. There we go. Get those built. Those built. Alright, another thruster. And another drone bay. Cable that up. And then... That's kind. I appreciate your kind words. Thank you so much. We try. We try to be at least pseudo-entertaining. Alright, let's put drone storage here. And drone storage here. Then how many drones do we have currently? I feel like not enough. 1, 2, I see 3. Let's see, drones. All right, 1, 2. There's a third. I don't see any down here. Oh, there's another one. Butterscotch or vanilla? That's a good one. I do like butterscotch. But I'm a fan of vanilla. I might go vanilla. Okay. Got a drone in there. Alright, how much crap do we still just have sitting around? That's full, that's full. Alright, we got storage space there. I think... How many drones? Does it say how many drones we have? Alright, we're going to turn off their gather. We'll gather bullets, cannon shells. We'll gather motors. Frames? Are frames in here? Frame. So frame, motors, and processors. We can use those to build fighters. Alright, bullets. We might as well grab any ammo that we can. Cannon shells. We'll grab those, and railgun slugs. Grab those. There we go. Okay, I think we're good to go. This ship is basically combat ready. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 drones. I think I want to buy 4 more drones. That'll give us 4 for each drone bay. And again, we're only going to collect a few things. All right. We need one of those as well. Red-haired student of Penny. I don't know what franchise or what universe that's in. Okay. I'll get that in. Now, one of the last things we need to do here is we're going to click on this weapons console. And we're going to make this first one our railgun. So forward railgun will go that one. Of Stardew Valley? Okay. The boy is Vincent. And then we'll go that one and... Where was it? I just had it. Here we go. That one. Okay, so this weapons console controls those 4 railguns. We'll come down to this one. And we'll start on the inside. Forward railgun. Forward railgun and forward railgun. There we go. So this console controls those 4. This console controls those 4. Now this weapons console, we're going to go port side. So we'll start at the front, go port cannon 1, port cannon 2, port cannon 3, and port cannon 4. So it controls those 4. Then this one. Now, if you don't use the weapons consoles, they're expensive. You can have an individual crewman can man each gun. But this way, one weapons officer can control the guns. Now, the weapons officer can't do the other things the crew can have. So, because this is a combat specific, we are dedicating our resources to having the weapons officers. But that's okay. And now the other thing is the Gatling guns are AI controlled, if you will. We don't have to control those. All right, can I select all those? Oh, nice. Turn them all on and off at the same time. Okay, let's give this beast a check. There we go. All of our weapons are deployed. We are still short 3 fighters. Let's go ahead and make a jump back here. Yeah, for a big ship, it's pretty nimble. I mean, it's not a huge ship, but it's big. All right. Short hopper now should be sitting on a whole bunch of processors if everything went well. No? You like Emily? Emily's pretty good. Okay. Well, I don't know if this ran. So let's run it again, going looking for processors. Alright. We'll let that ship do its thing. They're still offloading all that fuel. Our tanks are filling back up. So we're okay there. Okay. Let's look at our combat ship now. We've got 38 frames, which 32 is enough for us to make a second set of those. We need 8, 16, 24 motors, and then we're just short on our processors. We've got weapons set up. Everything's good to go there. Drone beams are good to go there. We'll have to test our power grid once all these weapons start firing. I think we will go ahead and buy, if we haven't already. Oh, we already have 3. Storage crate, storage crate. Okay, door. We can sell the doors. I'm gonna sell... We don't need 6 reactors. We don't need 4. Oh, congrats, Nancy. Okay, let's see what we have. We have 1 reactor. Alright, well that didn't work out the way I wanted it. Let's try this again. Where did all the reactors go? Well, weird. Alright, well we'll buy 2. Oh no, we have 3. It just hadn't updated yet. Alright, I think it's probably in our best interest here to go ahead and just... I think I've confused it by buying and selling the reactors too many times. Alright, well we have 3. Let's go ahead and... Oh, we can get a processor. We'll buy that too. Okay, let's pipe this up and then we'll go out to the gas station and get fuel. Alright, what do we have? Oxygen maker, storage crate, storage crate. Okay, let's make a jump. Oh, wait a minute. That is the short hopper coming back. Okay, did you buy processors this time? Holy crap, you have way too much fuel in here. Let's go ahead and stop this. Stop this. I hope that's not why... No, we have storage space. Okay. Well, let's see. We are sitting on more stable hypers. Okay, 5 processors. That's not too bad. Food, water, oxygen. The rest of that stuff we'll keep. Alright, we'll turn this off. Alright, back to the combat ship. It was running out of gas. Let's see if we can now buy the processors that we just sold. Not yet. I lost. Let's put the mega jackpot at 7,100. Slowly growing. Alright, let's check to see if our processors are available yet. They are not. Alright, let's go refuel the ship. We'll go refuel and then we will come back and finish our drone base, or our fighter base. And then we're gonna go fight some stuff. Now, we do have to hook up that. There we go. Ship isn't too... No storage for compost. Oh no, what are we gonna do? Let's see. I think... let's just make a compost storage section, I guess. There we go. That'll work. Oh, we need to go to that side. The shuttle's docked on the near side there. Yep. So we'll hook up to the other side here. Okay, we are docked. Let's see how much space we have. 3, 4, 8. We have room for about 63,000 fuel. Let's go ahead and pull 60,000 out. So, logistics, fuel depot. Let's go... 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. That gets to about 60. All right, let the ship fuel itself up. Let's see how the okay, they've almost got all the fuel offloaded here. They're doing pretty well. Look at the fuel go. All right. Still has about 34,000 fuel to transfer. But that would be 34 individual containers. And then you have to put them in loaders. It's just a pain. This is so much cooler. All right, here's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and pop out. We're going to take a quick break here. When we get back, this thing is going to be ready for its first fight. And we'll go see what we can fight. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are fully fueled. We need to go pick up some processors, so let's go ahead and undock here. And we'll jump back here, which should be available. We've got 20k, almost 20k, 2,000 food. We have 71,000 fuel. Got 11,000 bullets, 300 railgun slugs, 868 cannon shells. All right, so we're 2 ships short here, but because we should be able to get our processors now. There's 5 more processors. We might need to set up a processor plant. We'll see. We'll see how many of our ships get destroyed. So a fighter bay needs 4 frames, 3 motors, a processor. Then once these processors get installed, so we'll see our little guys, they'll bring these over here. And now it'll create the fighter. You can see the fighter kind of coming in, and then it will ask for bullets. There we go. So now it's fueling up. So you can see the fuel coming in. They're loading bullets into it, so it needs its bullets. And let's check our research. But I'm pretty sure we have our fighters are fully upgraded. Speaking of research, though, we should knock some of these out. Just to unlock the... Oh, there's deflector shields. You could set up a fighter ship with just deflector shields. And then what we have here is we have extra bullet storage, which we're a little low on, actually. All right, let's send the short hopper on a bullet run. Let's see. Because we loaded a bunch of bullets into our fighters, I think. All right, we'll send it on a bullet run. We've got enough, I think. Because we've got bullets. There's 300, 600. There's 900 per gun already loaded up. So we're sitting on 10,000 bullets. So hopefully they'll last for long enough. All right, so now if we go into external view, you can see our ship. When we go into battle stations, these are ready. The railguns have deployed, the Gatling guns have deployed, the cannons have deployed, and this gives us different fire arcs, right? So if we look here, our starboard cannons, you know, they have a pretty long range. Our railguns, though, if you look at railguns, you can see they have a huge range. So my thought is, if we come into a system, we can fire our railguns as something's coming in close to us. if we get into close combat, we've got the cannons for both sides. And then we have the Gatling guns, which are here, that give us coverage around 3 sides of our ship, right? We've got 2 in the front, 4 on each side. That will hopefully keep any fighters off of our back and stuff like that. And then our fighters will go out and hopefully do a lot of damage to the ship before it even gets to us. All right, so I think before we do anything, we're going to save just in case this goes horribly wrong, which it could. Okay, so we have 2 spots in here that have hostiles. Now, there's usually a mission. You can take these combat missions, but there's usually one that I don't think we've completed, but... Alright, we're going to stay in combat formation here. Oh, did we ever get a second reactor? For our last reactor? No, alright. Let's come down from alert. Let's go ahead and get our last reactor here. Yeah, we've got extra cannon shells. Cannon shells are in pretty good shape. Actually, do they have bullets here? We'll grab what we can. And then if your fighter gets destroyed, you can make new ones. That's why we have the supply of extra frames, extra processors, and extra motors. If we keep those filled up, then we can make... Power out. Fuel supply interrupted. What's going on over here? Did we drain? I think we drained all of our fuel out. Alright. Let's go ahead and stop unloading. Are you unloading? So stop you. What are you doing? Stop. Everything is stopped unloading. Actually, crap. Okay, we just need to load enough fuel back in here. Alright. Let's load that in until it empties that canister. We can't make fuel if we have no power. Does that make sense? So because we were out of fuel, none of our machinery would start operating to actually make fuel. Alright, nope, don't put another one in there. We'll just drain these tanks that are sitting here right now. What do we have? Oh yeah, we're making fuel now, so we're probably fine. So 6, 54 to 30, 21. 3, 2, 1. Now he's gonna run and try to grab another canister, but we'll stop before he does it. Alright, that one's at 1,000. Let's see if we can get him to grab that one. There we go. And now we'll just load those 9 back in. And stop that. Okay. We'll go ahead and let that build up. While that's building up, though, we will go ahead and sell off that. Okay. Our reactor's installed. Got a few extra cannon shells. Battle stations. Let's go ahead and go to the closest one here. We'll jump in, ready to fight. Here we go, our first fight of the stream, or of the series, actually. Alright, first thing we do is we pause. We got 2 enemies. Let us go ahead and see what we're looking at here. Alright, we got a Roadrunner light corvette. Ooh, and a Starhopper. Now we could try to take the engines out. This one's got 2 engines. So we could... Let's do this. Target that engine with those 4 railguns. Target that engine with those 4 railguns. Alright. For this first fight, we're going to be a little bit conservative. So I'm going to go ahead and issue a rotation order, but we're not going to drive towards them. Distance right now is our friend. Because again, if you look at these railgun ranges, it's pretty close. They're about within railgun range already. And alright, we're going to go at 0.5 speed here. There go our fighters. Check them out. Nice. Alright, let's see how much damage they do. And there go our railgun fires. Alright, now we're going to rotate. Now we're going to try to keep our cannons and Gatling guns facing that ship. There go our cannons. That one's down. Alright. Now we're going to go ahead and bring ourselves around here. Let the railguns just drop onto this guy. All the while the fighters are pummeling. He's at 58% damage. Alright, we're going to go ahead and speed up here. Now we'll try to keep the cannons. Boom. Hostile destroyed. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and pause. Now, let's check out our ship. We took some hits, but... let's go ahead and come down from battle stations. Now, our drones should go out and harvest anything that is weapons, processors, frames, ammunition, and stuff like that. They should also be repairing the hull if there's any issues there. So you can see they're doing repairs. Now, what we probably need to build here, let's go ahead and pause again. Let's see what we have currently right now. Short Hopper could probably do it. Does it have drones? Yeah, we have drone bay here. We could drop Short Hopper or our cruiser. Do we have drones in this one? Yeah, we have three drone bays in our cruiser. And smelters, which we should probably go ahead and take down, but I think we're going to jump the cruiser in and just use it to salvage the place. Right, so its drone bays are basically set up for, like if we look here, this thing's collecting all resources, right? We've got our combat ship, just grab bullets, you know, ammo, and stuff like that. This one will go in to clean the place up. Alright, so we can just drive this guy right into the middle of this. And its drones will go ahead now and get all the rest of the stuff that's here. There's scrap metal, any other resources. You know, this looks like an FTL charge, there's metal, all of that kind of stuff. But our combat ship, it just grabbed... Oh, hostiles inbound. Oh, do they replenish? All right, let's check that out. Now we want to be careful here because we do have our cruiser could be vulnerable. It's already harvested everything out. All right, I say we jump out of here. Let's see. Let's get the cruiser out of here. And then the combat cruiser. Let's go ahead and jump over here. So it looks like these systems always have hostiles, I'm gonna guess. All right. Whoa, the cruiser lost its spot. All right, let's get that out of there. All right, combat cruiser though is in hyperspace. So same thing here. We're gonna pause. Let's go to weapon stations. 3 enemies here. They are over here. What do we got? A light fighter. I think we'll let our fighters take care of that. This thing could have armored in the front. Fuel rat. Alright, a couple of those are pretty small, so... Fighter mode. Alert. Stow. Fighters will automatically deploy and engage hostiles when battle stations are enabled. Fighters remain stowed. Currently deployed fighters will return. Oh, that's kind of cool. Alright, what's this thing have? Looks like 4 engines. See if we can knock their engines out. If we knock our engines out, then we can pummel them from afar. All right, and then we're going to go ahead and... I think we'll go full throttle and make the turn. See what happens. All right, again, because I'm relatively new to this, docking assist, we're going to go at half speed here. There go the fighters. All right, I'm going to shut the throttle down. And now we can... All right, let's go ahead and go a little bit broadside with this guy. Let's go full throttle. Where's that other ship? Did we knock it? Oh, look at that. We definitely damaged its engines for sure. Alright, this guy's dropping fast. Alright, let's go ahead and go. Alright, we'll turn with you. Whoa, he's got railguns. Alright, let's get out of this. Out of this mess. Alright, we'll keep the broadside on him. I think he just has cannons. I don't think those are railguns. Ooh, I don't see a lot of fighters flying around. Oh, no, there's still some out there. Okay, I'm gonna pause. We want to go get our cruiser. Oh, this guy was a lot tougher. What are we firing at? Ooh, we've taken 50% damage. We were fighting 3 ships, I guess. Whoa, we're in trouble. That thing tore us up. Alright, so I think we're gonna go ahead and... We should have saved after the first fight, I guess. But we learned some stuff. Alright, let's try this again. Now, one thing we didn't check that we probably should have was to make sure we had all 8 fighters. I don't know if we can tell our fighters to attack anything. Doesn't look like it. We also should check our ammo before we go into the second fight. So we made some mistakes in maybe prep. But 3 against 1. Ooh, 4 enemy ships. Well, isn't that wonderful? Alright, what are we looking at here? Scavenger, a pirate... Alright, I think we're just going to go into this one without anything targeted. Alright, let's get some speed going. Right, we knocked one out. We'll kind of cut down between the 2 sides here and hopefully be able to get cannon shots on both sides. There we go. Like that. Alright, let's go ahead and flip ourselves around. We'll do the same thing here. Try to shoot right down between the 2 of them. Ooh. Oh, power cut on our... Alright, we'll finish this fight and then we'll go take care of that. Okay. Let's see what we have now. We'll come out of battle stations. Let's go ahead and first thing, we'll get our cruiser. We'll jump that to here. Once we jump him, we'll go check out the fuel ship. get it dealt with. Alright, that should be enough to get the everything running again so it becomes self-sufficient. Alright, combat cruiser. Whoa, where are you going? We left the engine running. Alright, we'll bring it back there. We'll bring you in here to harvest anything that the combat cruiser didn't grab. Alright, not a lot of hull damage, a little bit. So we'll go back to base and repair everything. Alright, so how many fighters do we have left? So we'll have 5 fighters, so that's, we need to make sure that they get repaired before we do anything else. Which means I think we need to set up a processor line. Let's go over here. Alright, let's pause. Let's check the recipe for processors. I think it's pretty straightforward. Precious metals and copper ingots. We can make processors. 1 fabricator. Alright. Here's what we're going to do. We need... Ooh, we're out of storage crates. Who has all of our storage crates? They're probably on the cannon ship. Alright, do we have any we're not using? There's the question. Yeah, we have a couple. That we've shut down most of these lines, actually. Let's see, what's in that? Let's leave those. You know what? We'll send Short Hopper on a run here. All right. Okay, let's go see how these 2 ships are doing. Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and jump the combat cruiser out here. Alright, you're out of here. You need to get out of here. Got hostiles inbound in 1 second. And we have evidently 17 drones deployed. I didn't realize we had that many drones. Alright, let's pause, find out where these enemy ships are. Oh, right in front of us. Great. Alright, drones. Get in, get in. $12, $11, $10. I can hear them coming. 5, 4, 3, 2, 3. Come on. Come on, peoples. Grab the drones. I don't want to leave them. 1. We're out. It was a little closer than I wanted it to be. Okay, let's see. Combat cruiser. Looks like the drones have mostly repaired it. All right, we're going to send you... Oh, we already had small storage for you. Alright. We'll do a just normal storage crate run for this one. Alright. Go get them. Now it looks like we built new fighters. So that is good. So what else is going on here? Repairs are taking place. Now, are the fighters themselves... Do they have any kind of... Okay, they do have hull... Do their hulls repair? 250, they're fueled up. Okay, it looks like maybe when they get back they repair. We'll have to pay attention to that next time. But they're all full. Alright, now do we have processors? We do not. Motors and frames. Okay, let's go to the... Actually, this ship should be sitting on some extra storage stuff. Yeah, let's just dump those. So if we're going to do combat, or a lot of combat, rank 3, what we probably need to do or want to do is set up munitions factories to make our own bullets, make our own cannon shells and stuff like that. Explosives, not too bad. Metal ingots, not too bad. Cannon shells, explosives and metal ingots, and railguns, just metal ingots. So yeah, we could actually get that set up pretty easy. Munitions bench, what's the cannon shells? Munitions bench, and bullets, munitions bench. So lots of metal ingots. We need 3 munitions benches. Alright, I think we need to make a combat wing of our space station. So we need 3 munitions benches, 1 chem lab, and then we need to make frames. Not a lot of them, but that's a fabricator. Motors is a fabricator. And processors. our fabricator. Okay, so 1, 2, 3 fabricators, 3 munitions benches, and 1 chem lab. What do we currently have? Oh, let's go over to the foundry. We have none of that. All right, munitions bench. Well, there's one. I'll have to go find some more. Fabricators. We need 3. Might as well get all 6. Chem labs. We'll grab 2. Storage crates. Okay, I'm thinking we'll use this down here as our combat wing. All right, what do we got left? So we need a munitions bench. We're gonna need 3 of these. I need a chem lab to make explosives. Small storage crate. So we need to feed explosives. Hold on, let's go back to our recipes. Explosives and metal ingots for bullets and cannon shells. And then only metal ingots for railguns. Railgun slugs. Alright, so we need... the cruiser's back. Let's go ahead and see what we got. Holy cow, we picked up a bunch of stuff because of the salvage. Alright, let's sell some things. Sell those, sell those. Bullets, cannon shells, food. Sell our compost, metal, precious, titanium, copper. Oh, look at all those processors. Lovely. I don't know why we have 17 logistics drones. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go down to 12. Crew, scientists. Clear those out. Clear all that out. Alright. Short hopper. What do you got for us, buddy? Storage crates, oxygen, fuel charges, bullets for some reason. Logistics drones, water, food, refined metro. Okay. That is done as well. Now, explosives. What do we need for explosives? That's where we need the chem lab and refined metron. That we can pull out of the... we can pull that out of the fuel station. Okay, so let's go do that. So we need to run refined metron. Into there. There we go. And let's use the miner. Nah, the miner's got its own things to do. Short hopper's pretty tight on space. I think our cruiser might be the way to go. So let's buy Yeah, let's just use one huge tank. All right, and then, how do I convince that it's refined Metreon? Can we buy? We don't have any in there. Do we have any for sale anywhere? This has got hyperspace isotopes and stable isotopes. All right, I think we're going to have to go over to the fuel loader. And we're going to have to... We have to grab a couple of loaders here. And we're just going to have to get us a single... Alright. So we'll get a tank of Metreon here, refined Metreon. Okay. And then what we can do is we'll take our cruiser. Let's go ahead and jump over here. Oh, we gotta take it off of fleet orders there. Now Short Hopper I think is running a little bit low on FTL charges. Now, does this ship have a loader? We might need to... Alright, we got a couple of things we need to do here. We need to sell one of our loaders so we can buy it on this ship. Rotate. Rotating the wrong way. Okay, so first thing we need to do here is we need to transfer over that one bottle of Metreon. And actually, crap, I did this a little bit wrong. Let's go ahead and buy back that loader. And then we'll just transfer it dock to dock. I do want to try, I don't know if you can use drones to transfer and not dock. We want to try that here at some point. Okay, so somewhere in here is one bottle a refined Metreon. It should show up here. He got the bottle, and he gives it to this guy. Now he has it. All right. And then the next thing we need to do... Hey, congrats, Nancy. Congrats. Is... Where's that loader? Let's transfer that loader over. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we have to... We have to convince this tank that it is refined Metreon. How do we do that? How do we get this to... oh, there we go. Refined Metreon. So load that up. And once we do that, now that this is Metreon, can you do that with a tank? An empty tank? Curious. We have an empty tank. We don't. We'll play with that in a second here. Alright, let's go ahead and set this up as a refined Metreon port now. Alright, so now we can go back to the fuel ship. And it has refined Metreon, which we mostly keep topped up. Could always add a refiner if we needed to, or slow down our fuel production. But we're going to go ahead and go back to logistics. And then let's find refined Metreon. This has 16,000. We have 1,000. And 15,000. Transfer over. So now our cruiser tank is just filling up here. Now this will hold 15. That'll hold 22,500. We'll just transfer over some. Metreon. These are all working, right? Metreon gas. That's working, that's working. Refine. Alright, and that's all output, and output. Okay. It roughly is in equilibrium, so... Alright, that's no longer flowing, so let's go ahead and disembark here. Alright, so this ship has a drone, right? Yeah, we've got drones on this. There were 2 telepathic sensors. We're going to do a little experiment here. Whee! Look at them all go. Because if we can drone transfer, that might be a quicker way than docking. Because then we could set our foundry up with stuff. Okay, here's the test we're going to do. We're going to go to logistics. We're going to check our cruiser here. We're going to find those two. We have a couple of just little consoles or here, oh, they're there. Telepathic sensor stations. All right, let's give those to Short Hopper. Yep, they deployed out. Nice. So they drone transferred. Now on board here. Awesome. Okay. That's cool. I think that's new from the last time I played. To be able to do that. Okay, let's do a quick inventory check here. Oxygen maker. Frames, motors, crew, weapons, railgun. All good there. Mini miner. Oop, we got another research thing done. What's this? Absolutely do that one. All right, mini miner. Do you have anything you should be selling? We should sell off those crystals. Confirm. The cruiser. Pretty good shape. Short hopper. Space, they're in good shape. Okay. Back to work. So we need, let's see if there's any new munitions benches available. There's not. We'll send Short Hopper out after that in a second. Alright, we'll get those storage crates. Chem lab. Nope. Okay. Confirm that. Now we need to get our cruiser. Actually, let's figure out how the munitions thing works first. So we need explosives and small storage crates. Let's keep this small. So we need explosives and metal ingots for our 3 munitions benches. Explosives need to be built from a chem lab, which is just gas. That's pretty straightforward. So we want to hang that one out to probably the right-hand side. So munitions bench, munitions bench, munitions bench. Let's see. Chem lab, no. How big is a big storage crate? Can I get... almost get 3 munitions benches. Oh, can we rotate a munitions bench? Let's see if I did it this way. It's 1, 2, it's only 4. Yeah, I don't like that. All right, so if we filled this up with iron, no. Actually, we could fill this up with explosives. We will need to feed 2 munitions benches with explosives. Okay, so let's do this. Small storage crate. This will be explosives. I'm going to come up a little bit higher here. Okay. And then we're going to dismantle. Nah, maybe not. Let's leave that for now. Okay, short hopper, where are you at? We're going to go ahead and do a little manual run here. Hey, Sugar Pie, how you doing? Always good to see you pop in. How you doing today? I guess for you today. For me at night, but... Having a ball. Having an absolute ball. Alright, there's one. Nice. Just go ahead. You're just getting your Tuesday going. I mean, technically it's Tuesday here. It's just 1 in the morning. So you're 10 hours ahead of me. All right, and munitions bench. Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's Wednesday morning here. I haven't switched my day yet, evidently. All right, let's see. Where's the... So we need to install, I think, some drone bays onto our station here, though, in order to make these transfers work better. Okay, so where do we want to put that? I think we'll put them right down. Actually, if this is manufacturing... Ooh, you know what? Let's just put them in here. Drone bays. We'll get those going. Okay, so this is going to be our explosives. Oh, he took off. Do we have... Oh, that's just stuff coming in here. Alright, let's go ahead and install our drone bays. Right there. That should give us functionality now. So we should be able to, with the drone base firing up here, come in here and say, okay, our cruiser has 2 munitions benches. No, short hopper has 2 munitions benches. Wish you could sort it by... Nope, nothing's sorting. Okay. And we want to put those over to the foundry. Alright, let's see if the drones take off here. There they go. And they drop off the munitions bench and the munitions bench. That's awesome. That is absolutely amazing. Okay, let's install our munitions bench there and there. Okay, so we have to feed explosives, and then we do need to feed in now that's going to be 2. Okay, let's dismantle that. So our small storage crate we'll put there. And then robot arms. We'll feed that and that. Okay, so that'll be our explosives. So that's bullets and cannon shells. Now what we need is we need to be able to put in our metal. I have to decide. Let's see, what's a large storage crate look like? Ooh, I got a new idea. Okay, let's try this again. We're going to put in a small storage crate here. And we'll put a munitions bench in here, here, and no, we need to rotate that. For this to work, I think if I rotate it, it'll work. All right, let's try this again. Small storage crate, rotated. All right, now we need a munitions bench. So this will be our... Actually, you know what? This might be easier. Let's put a big storage crate in. All right, this will be our metal. And then this will be for railguns. And then we can run here and here. Okay, this is coming together. And then if we use another large storage crate, rotated. There we go. And then we need a chem lab. There. And we're probably going to need a tank of some kind. What do we have available for tanks? Whoa, come back. There we go. Let's just buy them all. Okay, so the chem lab, we want to make explosives. Five refined Metreon explosives. And then this one we're going to set to metal ingots. This one we're going to set to explosives. Alright, so this one is going to make railgun slugs. This one is going to make bullets. And this one is going to make cannon shells. Alright, so they need metal ingots, explosives. They need metal ingots and explosives. And this one just needs metal ingots. Alright, let's get some robot arms. Alright, that goes down there. That goes there and there. That goes there and there. And that can go there. Left mouse button, select all nearby. Oh, that's cool. Oh, that's really cool. Okay. So now I think we need to tank this one up. And then we're going to have to transfer over the Metreon. Let's get this powered up first and find out what happens. See if it gives me... Cool. So refined Metreon goes in there. Which means we can pump in... Let's see... a nice big old huge tank right there. And then we're going to run from over here. There we go. Okay. Now what we should be able to do is come over to our cruiser. And we want to come over on this side. All right, what's left? I think we just have our gardening here. Waste processing. Blueprint, 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 blueprint. That's fine. All right, we'll slide this ship right in here. Now again, this is one of the newer things that they added. It might have been in update 25. But what we can now do is with our logistics, let's go ahead and go back to our foundry. And we'll make sure this is going to work the way I want. So we have this tank here. Let's go ahead and turn this off for right now until we make sure this is working the way we want. So we can go to our logistics. We can say our cruiser has refined Metreon on it. So it has 16,204. So we'll get 16,000 of that to transfer across. Nope. Did that wrong. We need to transfer to here. There we go. Oops, messed that up. 15,000. So now this tank is filling up, and this tank over here is draining. And so the piping's going through here. So it's going through at 200 units, I guess, a second. must be. And then this is coming in at 200 units, I guess a second. Oh, right. Well, are we out of metal ingots? Is that possible? Guess it is possible. We got all kinds of crap in here, but... Alright, well, let's go ahead and... Until we know what we're going to work on next, we'll go ahead and just dump stuff out of here. And if we have to go mining, we'll have to go mining. I think we've got enough ingots in storage here that we can dump all this stuff out and use it elsewhere. That's empty. And we'll unload that. There we go. That all looks good. Alright, so that should get over there. Okay, let's go ahead and cable this up. Right now we're going to turn everything off until we're ready to fire all this up. We'll just get the storage working. Okay, we can go ahead and undock from the space station there. Now, we want to check something here. Do we have on any of our ships metal ingots? No, we do not. We don't have... Okay, yeah, we're pretty much empty. Well, let's go ahead and send the miner over. We'll go collect some metal ingots. Wouldn't have thought we would have ran out, but we built a lot of crap. I think we need metal and precious for our... Let's check our recipes. Frames are just metal, I think. Yep, metal ingots. Motors are metal and copper. Yep, metal and copper. And then processors are precious and copper. Alright, so we need metal, copper, and precious. Let's go see what we can find out here. Can we get lucky and find one that has all three? I doubt it. There's Tillium. 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 That's a lot of precious right there. Tillium and copper. Precious and copper there. Precious. We got copper. That looks to be copper and metal. We can go grab that stuff. Oh, here we go. Metal, copper, and precious. That's all the stuff that we want right there. Alright. Let's bring the ship over here. Now we're going to go ahead and rotate here. And then we're going to put one of these on metallic. Oh, that's on copper. What's this? That's on precious. Where's the metallic? That's also copper. Copper. Precious. Come on. There's metallic. There we go. Okay. So our mining lasers will now turn on, and it'll collect basically all the ore that we want. Let's see if everything is working as should be. We got copper. Alright, metallic's getting stored, we're making metal. Copper's getting stored, we're making that. Precious hasn't made it in yet, but it'll get there eventually. We might have to roll this back around and loop it back on itself. That might be the best way to get this cleaned out. We'll see. Alright, we're just going to let that run for a little bit. Okay, let's go back to the foundry. So let's go ahead, we'll slip out here, take a quick break, and then we'll finish up with the frames, motors, and processors. We'll get those built. And then we'll be self-sufficient as far as ammunition and fighter parts. All right, I will be right back. All right, we are back. So we've got our munitions lines, I think, basically set up. The next thing that we need to set up here is the component parts, the processors, the frames, and the motors. So let's go in here. Processor is precious and copper. We're just gonna set up one fabricator for these. The motor is metal and copper, and the frame is, I think, metal. I think I can do this with 3 storage crates. Here's what we're going to try. Small, we'll get the smalls here. And we put these sideways. There, there, and there. And then we need 3 fabricators. There, there, and there. Alright, and then we need robot arms. Actually, let's pull these back out. Need space to store this stuff as well. Alright, let's try this again. There, there, and there. Fabricator goes there, there, and there, and then small storage crate there, there, and there. All right, let's get some robot arms hooked up here. Robot arm, robot arm, robot arm. Ooh, are we out? We've used a lot. All right. Let's buy some robot arms. Okay, so this one is going to be... Let's see. Let's go back to live. There we go. This one's going to be metal ingots. That'll feed the frames. This one is going to be copper, because we need metal and copper for motors. That'll feed that one. And this one's going to be precious, because we need precious and copper for that one. And install robot arm. All right, then this is going to be frames. This is going to be motors. And this is going to be processors. All right. Come on, come on. Let's see. This is precious. Too many things. Precious metals. There we go. Yeah, we'll lose that. Okay. Metal ingots. We might need to prioritize this crate. Yeah, I think we're low on metal ingots, so we're going to have to get that taken care of. Alright. Let's see. Let's see if I set this up correctly. Until we get metal ingots in here, it's going to be hard to tell, but we build frames in that one. We build motors in this one. And we build processors in that one. Three precious, three copper. Precious and copper. Oh, we are short 2 robot arms. There we go. There we go. That's working. Okay. Next up, let's see if we can get this working. Munitions bench here. Oh, we didn't put any storage for what we're creating here. All right, let's see what we have. Install small storage crate. So let's see. We'll put one here. One here, one here. All right, now we'll go ahead and shoot. I briefly, but not enough to say I know it very well. I'd like to go back and play it again though. This definitely has a similar feel, right? Okay. This munitions bench is going to make railgun slugs. We'll store them there. This one is going to make... Okay, that one's making bullets, so let's set this to bullets. This one is making cannon shells, so we'll set this one to cannon shells. And this one's making railguns, so we'll set this to... Yeah, that's one of the things I do like about it. Okay, let's fire up this chemical lab and see if it's going to work. We'll turn these on piece by piece and just kind of keep track and make sure everything is doing what it's supposed to do. It sounds familiar, but I don't think I've played that one. Alright, so the chemical lab is making bull explosives. How much does it make? Explosives every 2 seconds. 8, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. How big is the stack? 21, 22, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay, we are our first stack of explosives. We've got our metal ingots. Metal ingots are ready to go. Let's go ahead and get the railgun slugs going. So we'll turn that on. and make sure it's working. There we go. Okay, railgun slugs are going. Let's go ahead and turn this one on and see if it starts making bullets. And we've got explosives there. So we should be able to turn this one on and it should start making cannon shells. Okay, I don't know why you hand carried that over there, but so be it. Okay, we got bullets in there. Might need a second chem lab to keep up, we'll see. But this doesn't have to run at full efficiency, it just has to be here. Okay, yeah, everything's being built there. We've got frames, motors, and processors there. Once these fill up, let's go ahead and prioritize the crate here, the crate here, and the crate here. Because once these crates fill up, then these will stop processing because they'll get blocked. So same thing here. Let's prioritize the crate. The crate and the crate. There we go. Cool. I think that's working. All right, let's go check on the miner. It might be an absolute mess right now. Let's see. I think we've got a backlog, unfortunately. Yeah, our copper is not getting... Oh, the copper's full. Let's see. No space for copper minerals. Okay, what's it look like here? We, for the most part, have cleaned out the area, though. Alright. Let's see what we have. Copper's full. Precious isn't quite full. Metallic... Metallic needs some space here. Alright, we're gonna have to fix this. This isn't working as well as it could. Here's what I think we'll do to start. Let's go ahead and pull that out. Ooh, this might be a mess. Do we have track? We don't have track. Okay. Let's go ahead and shut down our gather and our mining. I think we're going to have to put this into a loop. Let it loop back on itself. I think that might fix this, but we need more track. So let's do this. Let's store our drones somewhere else. Put them right there. Clean that out. Alright, then we are going to have to reinstall that just to clean that mess up. Alright, let's go ahead and jump back to home base here. And we'll offload some stuff here. All right, fleet logistics. Let's go ahead from the mini miner. We want to transfer to here all of our metal ingots, all of our precious metals, and we'll keep the minerals and all of our copper ingots. There we go. All right, so they should just start sending drones back and forth and transferring all this stuff. Okay. So I think we need to do some... Actually, this is any cargo. So we've got places to store overage if we need it. Stargate frames. Really don't need those. We're probably going to end up ripping most of this out whenever we have to do our next thing. Alright, but that should fill up that storage crate. And these storage crates. Alright, they're still pulling frames out of here. Why are you pulling frames out of here? Prioritize the crate. Is there a different crate? Frames, frames, frames. I don't see any. There's some metal ingots here as well, but you know what? I'm going to go ahead and clean that one out as well. None. Alright, well, where are you guys taking these? That's what I want to know. You're taking a frame and putting it where? No, that's a metal ingot. I don't know what you're doing there. Okay, here, this guy. You're taking it and putting it... Oh, okay. So we need to shut this line down. There we go. Let's shut that down. Let's shut that down. Alright, that'll solve our problem. That's why. And that probably means we have a ton of Stargate frames that we don't actually need. Stargate frame, yeah, 226 Stargate frames. Alright, we'll just sell those. Look at the processors. Nice. That's good. Actuators, receivers. Let's just clean out some of this extra stuff. Lenses, energy coils, motors and frames we want to keep. Got track. Alright, so back to logistics. From the factory to the miner, we want to move some track. Wherever track might be. It's not necessarily alphabetical here. All right, oh, there it is, track. All right, let's see. Let's 5, 10, 15, 20. Move 25 track over there. And then from the factory here, we want to move bullets to the combat cruiser, railgun slugs, and cannon shells. Okay. Now let's check the miner. See if I can fix this. Alright, that's going to be stuck, so I think I just want to clear the belt here. That's what I'm thinking. We'll just stack all this crap up over here. There we go. Alright, we got a lot of people doing a lot of stuff right now. So I might have to rethink this. I think if I loop it back on itself, it might solve some of our problem. I think it really is only a problem if we try to mine 3 ores at once. If we just go and mine a single ore, this will work fine. But if we mine too much, we get kind of that backlog. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and for storage here, we're going to swap this over to any cargo. That'll help them store crap. And then these should, yeah, prioritize the crates. So if it's on the floor and the crate has an empty slot, it'll put it in there. All right, we can go ahead and dismantle that and dismantle that. I think when I moved, I want the track to go that way, but if we drag it, okay. That's an interesting thing. The direction you drag the track also sets its direction. So I have to go from top to bottom there. All right, so we want this one to go right. That one to go down. Okay. They've got some work to do there. Cruiser is in good shape. Short hopper, good shape. How's the Foundry doing? Lots of stuff being moved in and out. Okay, so this is what I was hoping for. So these are full, which means these stop working because it's blocked. And until we offload that, that's fine. That is basically full. It seems to be full. Why is that blocked? I don't know why that one would be blocked. That one. Ingots. Metal ingots we have. Oh, it's blocked because no one's working. So the problem is these munition stations need somebody to work on them. And we've got our people doing so many other things right now. We're transferring all this stuff in and out of the station. Now, normally this wouldn't happen. Normally we would just like go get ammo or go get something. Right now we just have so many things going on. Plus we're trying to sell 200 Stargates. There's just a lot going on here right now. So let's speed it up a little bit. See if we can clean some of this backlog, and this will be about it. We did get combat in today, though. That was cool. So what's all this up here? Yeah, see, all this Stargate is part of the problem. And then we've got our drones transferring stuff in. We just have so many activities going on right now. We're just keeping everything too busy. There are 15 people on this station, though. But they'll slowly grind this out. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our last break of the night. I'm just going to let this run. We'll clear out this out, and then we'll take a look and make sure everything is working. So let me slip out for one more, and then we'll find ourselves a raid target. If you guys see anybody who's streaming, let me know. I'll go take a look. I'll be right back.
Well, maybe I clicked on the wrong thing. I know it says she's live. I thought I just clicked on it. Alright, it looks like, yeah, she might have cycled her stream. Hold on, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I think this is who we'll pick, though. Alright, let's go to live.
I think that's a processing issue, honestly. I got about 20 different things going on right now. Is it bad?
I'm gonna have to look into it. Alright, let me get this set up here. Oh yeah, it looks like she had an issue with the first stream.
Okay. Let me reload. Yeah, it's funny because I'm getting some weird warnings on the Be Right Back screen from YouTube. I think that's worked out. Apologies for the weirdness. Like, if the screen doesn't move a lot, it's been giving me a weird video warning. I don't know what's going on, so... Okay, let's take stock of where we're at here. We've got the Stargate Project. Let's go ahead and hit this button. Yeah, there's something freaking out on the back end, I think. And the Stargate is ready for its first test. If supplied with enough power, it should provide us access to a nearby uncharted... Alright, I think we need to... Actually, I think we need to build this energy transmitter. Alright, so we'll do that in the next stream. We'll get that up and running. We have our... This is up and running now. So we're good to go there. We've got our munitions up and running. We're good to go there. Got copper there. We're still short on metal ingots, but I think that's slowly getting transferred over. What are they bringing us right now? Oh, that's track. I think we're sending track out. Okay, let's go through our ships. So we did get our combat ship up and running here. Go ahead and take it out of alert mode. We did do our first fight. A single ship, I don't know if is enough though. Let's see how we look here. Railgun slugs are looking a little bit low. Cannon shells were fine. Bullets were a little bit low on. Alright, the miner here. What are these people doing? Install the track. Got 7 track. What are you doing? Oh, we're probably shipping out a lot of stuff. There's definitely some confusion going on. I think that there's still... Yeah, we'll have to sort this next time because this track's not installing yet. One did. But we got a whole bunch there that we need to do. We also probably need to put in a smart arm to unload our... Let's see if I have a smart arm in here or not. Nope, I do not. Yeah, I don't know what's causing it. I'm gonna have to look into it. Alright, we'll fix this if we can here. So let's install smart arm here. What we'll do is we'll pull okay. So that'll just pull logistics drones off. Now, I don't remember where we pulled the track from. Let's see. There's 16 track there. We'll just grab that. Again, I think the mistake I think I made is we just tried to do too many things at once. Oh, that's weird. That I can't tell. Try hitting refresh and see if that fixes it on YouTube's side. I don't know if it will or not. Alright, we're 2 tracks short, it figures. Where do we have track? Logistics. Thought we transferred track, but maybe we didn't transfer enough. Here we go. That's weird. That I don't know what's causing the problem. All right. That's weird. So let's just try to transfer over from the foundry to the miner 5 track. Well, thankfully we're almost done, so whatever the problem is, hopefully will resolve itself. It still bugs me if it's not working right. Alright, I'm gonna do it this way. I know this will work. The transfer's not working right now. Doesn't look like we have tracks stuck. And there we go. All right, let's see if this fixes. There we go. The drones are moving now. And then this should pull them off as they come around. All right, that'll work for now. I think we are going to have to go back out and get more metal, though, because our metal ingot supply... So copper and precious, we're sitting pretty good. Metal ingots, we are low on metal. So that'll be our next run that we have to make. Let's see. So what's still outstanding? Let's... Right. Let's shut that down. Anything still moving? Yeah, okay. I transferred more metal ingots than I have somehow. So that seems to be causing a problem. Let's clear that out. Let's clear that out. We'll clear that out. Alright, so the mini miner should be done transferring. Alright, real quick, because I don't want to leave without kind of wrapping this up. Let's go ahead and just go real quick and grab a bunch of metallic. This will be quick. And then we'll call it a night. Alright, let's see what we have here. That's all metallic, and that's all metallic. All right. Let's just, we'll go to this one first. And then we will go ahead, we're going to leave our mining lasers off. But we will go ahead and send out the drones here. Just park right in the middle of this. This mess of a metal iron field here. And then what should happen is anything that, yeah, so now everything just spins around. If we were harvesting other stuff, it would also do that. We're going to fill that crate up quick. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and fire this one up for metallic as well. And we'll set this to metallic. There we go. That'll give us two furnaces making metallic. All right, we'll just sit here in the middle of this little field. Now you can see the circle that our drones have basically cleaned out of here. So here we go. Let's loot. We might have saturated our belt here. And that's about full. That's part of the problem. It's upgraded to the point where everything's moving faster. What we would want to do is I could just convert everything here into minerals. Like, here's what we should do. Right, I should set this to none. We should set this to metallic. We should set this to metallic, because that's all we're processing right now. We'll leave the copper in there for right now. And then we'll set this to metal ingots. We'll set this to metal ingots. And now we will make metallic minerals and metallic minerals. That should catch us up. So now we have 4 working instead of just 1. And the other thing this is a little bit of a bug in the game. All these minerals were already harvested. If we were doing this at the speed of, like, so for here, for instance. Oh, that's cool. Ooh, what do we got? CO2 warning. Hold on, we need to fix this. But if we were mining them at the same speed, it wouldn't be oversaturated like that, so. Okay, what's going on here? Let's fix this. Oh, our CO2 tank is full. That would be why. Don't really need more air. Do we have a loader? No, let's, for right now, to fix this, we'll just stick another CO2 tank in. And then we can offload CO2 if we need to. Alright, so now the CO2 scrubber is scrubbing again. Really, we could start selling oxygen if we wanted to. Let's do that. Let's just... We'll just unload some oxygen. And that will process out as well. Okay, fixed. Let's check on the miner, because then we're going to jump it back to... Okay, so now that we've cleared the field, right, of all the excess that was already there when we got here, our system should now catch up, outside of the fact that... Oh, I missed something. We need to set this to metallic minerals. There we go. Oh, multiple permitted. We don't want that. Turn that off. And turn that on. There we go. So now you can see the belt is cleaning itself up. So all right, let's check to see if there's any more we want to grab before we cut out of here. Nope. Oh, what's over here? That's mostly copper. Do we need copper? Let's see. Nah, we're okay on copper. Let's jump the ship. There we go. The drones all came back inside. And now we've got about 3 bins full of metallic. Oh, you didn't park yourself in a bad spot there. Okay, combat cruiser, they're complaining no room for cannon shells. That must mean all of our... Yeah, we're full up there. Bullets, we could probably use some. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a... Just an overflow space there. Actually, I don't want to do it that way. Let's do it this way. Let's make that an any cargo over. Otherwise, it's going to cause a problem with our crates and stuff. I don't want to do that. All right, that'll fix it. Bullets and bullets. What's up? What do you need? Okay. I think we'll resupply this ship as soon as we start the next stream. Oh, these need to also... Alright, I think I've confused it. Are they moving stuff back? Or are they still taking stuff out? We're moving stuff back. Okay. Cool. We're good there. Alright, looks like our CO2 issue has resolved itself here. That's good. Holy cow, we're making a lot of CO2 though. Maybe that'll slow down once the issue is completely resolved. Let's see. And we're scrubbing CO2 faster than we can. 6 per second. How much is this processing? Efficiency. Oh, because of our upgrades, now 6 CO2 turns into 6 oxygen. So we're no longer losing it. Okay, that's not too bad. That's a good question. I mean, outside of if you wanted to get a paid cloud service or something like that, that's probably your best bet. But like I use, what do I have right now? Like I have multiple copies of, what's the Microsoft one? Hold on, let me look. Yeah, where do you still store stuff, Shuggy? OneDrive. Like I have a work OneDrive that is massive, so I just put my stuff up there. As far as, you know, having to store big files. But yeah, I would look into... There we go. Now it's dropped down. Those are dropping. Okay, everything's good there. But yeah, it was probably you need to find a cloud service, you know, whether it's Google, Apple, Microsoft, whatever. They all have different things. I don't know much about Dropbox. Dropbox might work. A gigabyte of storage, some of them, I can't remember what the free ones cut off on. You'd be right around a gigabyte. Let's see. If you have a single file that's a gigabyte, that's pretty big. Yeah, that's the other way to go, Shuggy. That's a good idea. You know, a small USB drive, if you just wanted to pull it off your computer. Depends on what the file is and what you want to do with it. It might be. I don't know about terabucks. Let's see. Do we have drones? So it's an actual game itself? All right. I think the last thing we'll do here before we call it, let's see if our logistics here. So the mini miner, we want to transfer over metal ingots. Let's try to do... Nope. Mini miner, we want to do... Let's try 100. Let's see how long 100 takes. I'm going to start the stopwatch here. And we'll do this on 5 times speed. All right, let's go over to the foundry. And here they come. So it should fill that one up first. That's 70. Another 36 there. But yep, they're feeding them in there. Actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and do another 100. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100. There we go. So 200. $15 terabyte. That's not bad. Is that a year? Per year? All right, in and out they go. So what's happening here is, you know what we should do? We should take the mini miner. We want to drive it over here. Oh no, not the foundry. Well, I guess that's one way to do it. We can rotate the foundry, I guess. Alright, let's get the mini miner. And our drone bays... Our drone bays are right there. So what we want to do is take the mini miner. We'll drive it over here. And then let's just rotate it around. Alright, so we're going to rotate this guy around. And then we're going to back it up here a little bit. And this way our drones, if you look here, the drone should just go back and forth between the two ships. Hopefully. I didn't mess it up. Okay, so here's what's happening. They're just spitting it out. That's funny. Check that out. They're putting the metal in the drone bay. And it's just spitting it out of the airlock, essentially. And then the drones are grabbing it. And then they should be putting it into... Yeah, then... So the drones are grabbing it and putting it in here. And then these guys are grabbing it and taking it over. Oh, that's kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, again, if it's a local file and you don't need cloud, I think you can get a multi-gigabyte external hard drive relatively cheaply. So that's probably what I would do. Okay, why does the cruiser... Uh-oh, did we transfer to the wrong thing? Why is the cruiser filled up with a bunch of iron? Why is it growing up? I don't get that. No, that should go to the foundry. Alright, source that to... $40, $45. Alright, that was weird. I don't know why they were loading stuff into this ship. Alright, let's check out what the mini miner's doing. They're still spitting metal out. Okay, now they're dropping them off in the right spot. Do we have a ton of... Did I accidentally transfer drones? I wonder if I did that. Let's see. Let's check something here. We have 8 drones on that station. Mini miner. Has 5 drones. And the cruiser has 8 drones. No, I didn't accidentally transfer drones. Okay, that's kind of weird, but all right. So let's go ahead and crank this thing back up and get this. See if we can get this transfer done. So our goal here is to fill the foundry up. All right, it looks like it is working. So our crate is full. That crate is full. And now we're stacking iron metal ingots in. All right, let's just let this run. Let's see if Miss Piggy is still alive. Looks good. Seven zip. I mean, no file necessarily is safe or not safe. 7-zip is a legitimate file type. It's a compression file type. The safeness will come down from where you got the file. There's nothing inherently safe or unsafe about a compressed file. It is what is inside of that compression that you have to watch out for. So as long as you got it from a legitimate source, it's no different. But that's where it comes down to. So yeah, the file itself isn't necessarily safe or not safe. Yeah, 7-zip is fine. There's nothing wrong with the file type. But again, if what's inside that container is malicious, it has nothing to do with the file type. It has to do with whatever that file is on the inside. All right, let's check our logistics here. All right, we've transferred almost 200 so far. Why is the cruiser gaining metal ingots? That's what I don't understand. Why is this ship grabbing ingots? You know what? Let's just shut their drones off. Oh, they're gathering. That's what's happening. Okay. That makes sense because they're on gather. All right. Same thing is probably happening here. So what's happening? Okay, we learned something. This is cool. They're fine. All right, that's off. Let's turn short hopper off. Okay, so what was happening is the other drones were gathering because they were just being spit out into the openness. The other drones were gathering stuff out. So let's go ahead and there we go. Okay, we learned. It's all about learning stuff. That's a weird one, though. We are going to have to go fuel up this ship at some point here. Again, Jen, I also give the info on the files inside. I don't know what an AFSD file is, so I'm not going to be much help there. Okay, let's check out the miner. It has basically... it's dumped all of its stuff, so let's clear that out. Nope, that was bad. That was bad. Back over there. There we go. Okay, that clears that. Okay, I think we're going to call that good. We got everything kind of transferred. Let's clean up our fleet here a little bit. So we're going to park you right over there. Let's see. Combat cruiser, where are you at? You can stay there. Cruiser here. And slide you out there. And short hopper. Oh, the cruiser got crooked. There we go. All right, our fleet is intact. We got combat done. We need to do... Hey, congratulations, I won a jackpot. Yay. That's only the 5,000 one, though. Phase 5. Okay, so what did we get done today? We built our combat ship. So there is our combat ship. It's got fighters, it's got guns. It did pretty well in combat by itself against 4 ships. It did okay. We built in our miner system. We'll get this cleaned up next time. We need to transfer some of this stuff off of here, but we did discover the drone transfer, how that works. A short hopper, same way. I think we need to transfer some of this stuff off of this ship. We'll clean that. Boss command. Oh, there is an attack. We can take care of this. We'll see if we can knock Shuggy out. Ooh, that got him close. Yeah. Oh, on the slot machines? Yeah, those are pretty cool. All right, let's go ahead and wrap stuff up here. Now that did cost me, that cost me 4,000. Let's see what I'm down to now. Yeah, that burnt through 4,000. What did the mega jackpot end up at? Pet sloth. 21,000 unclaimed. No one won the 21,000. Okay. Let's go ahead and call it for today. Hey, Nancy, good job. Yeah, it's basically each attack is 10%. So you could knock somebody out with 10 attacks, but it would cost you 10,000 star drops to do it. So it's a choice. All right, everybody, let's go ahead and call it for today. I want to thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us. I want to thank you for being a part of our community. We do believe gaming is a positive influence on the world. Thank you for being a part of that. We'll leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you so much for being a part of our gaming community. I do appreciate each and every one of you. Let's see if I was having a little bit of trouble with my redirect here. Let's make sure that's working. That should get us where we need to go. If not, the link will get you there. We'll throw a decon raid her way. There we go. And then there's the link again if you need the link. All right, everybody. We will be back to do phase 5 of the Stargate Project. And we might expand our combat capacity as well. But with that being said, have a wonderful rest of your day, evening, morning, or night. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you over on Miss Piggy's channel, and I will see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.